Chapter 3290. It's indeed troublesome, but it's not too tricky. It's a pity. If you had met me earlier, you wouldn't have needed to release the news to attract those Emperor-level life forms. I could have solved the problem by myself. Yi Shiwen paused for a moment and said. A Huang looked at Yi Shiwen with a slightly stunned look. She obviously didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so confident. She was also a little surprised. Was the gap between them really that big? At least, if it were her, she would never have such confidence. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's not bad to sit back and reap the benefits. Yi Shiwen grinned and didn't take this matter to heart. His eyes were deep. He had already seen those figures flying in. Among them, there was no lack of terrifying beasts that were extremely huge. They had just concealed their figures when they entered the space. There really are law crystals here. Fortunately, we came as soon as we got the news. If others had gotten the first opportunity, we wouldn't have gotten the chance. These Emperor-level life forms were obviously in an alliance. They entered and left together. That was why they appeared here together. Ha ha ha. The heavens are really helping me. Although I don't know where the news came from, it's generally correct. We have searched many spaces during this time, but we still haven't found the whereabouts of the law crystals. It's really too difficult to find. For the Emperor Lords, law crystals were still a scarce resource. It was not something that ordinary Emperor Lords had the opportunity to get their hands on. However, every Emperor Lord had the ambition to enter the Heavenly Master Realm. Therefore, as long as there was a little chance, they would not let it go. Moreover, there were so many law crystals. It would be a huge number if everyone divided it equally. Ha ha ha, let's divide it equally, shouted an Emperor-level life form. This was also the plan that everyone agreed to because they couldn't possibly have a better distribution plan. The figures of these Emperor-level life forms kept approaching the altar. However, while they were still discussing how to distribute the law crystals, the marshal that covered the altar finally moved. It turned into a long spear and moved directly. Puff! One of the powerful Emperor-level life forms was instantly pierced. He didn't even have the slightest reaction before he was pierced. His spirit was also blown up on the spot by this spear. Without the control of his primordial spirit, his body fell from the sky. Not good. At this time, these Emperor-class life forms finally realized that there might be a problem. Most of them had been focused on the law crystal, so they hadn't noticed that there might be a problem with this altar. However, by the time he realized it, it was already too late. An Emperor-class creature had been instantly killed without any resistance. These Emperor-class life forms instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, the spear didn't stop as it pierced through an Emperor-class life form's heart. Retreat! At this time, these Emperor-class life forms also realized that there was something strange about this spear. How could they dare to stay here any longer? They retreated again and again, finally retreating out of the range of the altar. During this process, another Emperor-class life form was beheaded. From the time they realized that something was wrong to the time they retreated, only a short period of time had passed. However, in such a short period of time, 3 Emperor-level life forms had actually fallen. More than half of this alliance had disappeared in an instant. Although the members of this alliance were not very powerful, and the powerhouses were only at the 4th realm, and most of them were ordinary Emperor-level creatures like the 2nd or 3rd realm, it was evident how terrifying this spear was to be able to kill Emperor-level creatures in an instant. These Emperor-level life forms were still in a state of shock. For the first time, they felt that death was so close to them. How is this possible? What the hell is that? Said an Emperor-level life form. They still couldn't believe that something could threaten their lives so easily. It's a martial will. Hiss! How can it be so terrifying? Said an Emperor-level life form as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already recognized that this spear didn't have a physical body at all. It was all martial will. However, it was also because of this that it seemed even more terrifying. The physical bodies of sovereign lords were all extremely perfect Tao physiques. Yet, this martial will was able to penetrate through them and wipe out their primordial spirits just by relying on its will alone. If it had a physical body, how terrifying would it be? The complexions of these emperor-level life forms were extremely ugly. They had thought that they could get their hands on the law crystal. They had been complacent just a moment ago. However, reality immediately slapped them hard in the face, making them understand that they were nothing at all. One spear killed an emperor-level life form in an instant. This martial will is really tyrannical. No wonder even you can't do anything about it. Yi Shiwen said from afar. He was a little curious as he watched the scene. He didn't expect this martial will to be extraordinarily powerful, even though it hadn't gone beyond his control. Otherwise, with my strength, I wouldn't need to look for external help at all, said a Huang with a smile. She naturally had this bit of confidence. Now, she was forced to look for external help. Even if she succeeded, she would need to share it equally with Yi Shiwen. She had naturally weighed the pros and cons. This is a little interesting. Let's see what happens next. These emperor-level life forms suffered heavy casualties. However, Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change. He didn't seem to be moved at all, and this was only the first batch. Dozens of emperor-level life forms appeared one after another. Most of them were not very powerful. They were only at the 3rd or 4th realm. Even if there were 7th or 8th realm emperor-level life forms, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In the face of this spear, they were still no match for it. Fortunately, they had some power to protect themselves. At most, they would be seriously injured. They wouldn't be instantly killed like the 3rd or 4th realm sovereign emperors. The emperor-class life forms that had already suffered a loss didn't give any warning to the latecomers. They just watched them throw away their lives. Therefore, from time to time, some reckless emperor-class life forms would completely lose their composure when they saw the law crystal. They would rush forward, only to be instantly killed by a spear that appeared out of nowhere. Although they were all foreign life forms, in fact, they were never a single race. The so-called foreign life forms were just a general term. In fact, before the Fortune God dynasty appeared, these races that ruled this boundless land were originally rivals. They also had a deep blood feud with each other. It was unknown how many of their clansmen died in the hands of each other. Even now, the overt and covert struggles between the foreign races had never stopped. Compared to the Fortune God dynasty, there was no trace of order in the foreign races. The killings never stopped. Not even the slightest bit of kinship existed. Although the overt and covert struggles were still very fierce in the Fortune God dynasty, they were never so brazen. There were always some rules that everyone must abide by. Yi Shiwen couldn't help laughing as he watched these foreign emperor-level existences scamming each other and forcing other emperor-level existences to jump in. Then again, it made sense. These people had never been on the same side. The so-called foreign emperor-level existences were merely a forced division by the Fortune God dynasty. Finally, after nearly 20 emperor-level life forms of varying strengths had fallen under the spear, no more emperor-level life forms rushed over. Almost all the nearby emperor-level life forms who had received the news had also arrived. The remaining ones either didn't receive the news or couldn't come. The others finally learned their lesson and no longer tried to approach the altar, lest they get pierced by the spear. However, dozens of emperor-level life forms, big and small, were all gathered here, staring at each other. In the end, it wasn't a solution. Just as an 8th realm emperor-level life form tried to come forward and form an alliance to deal with the martial will of the spear, suddenly, a figure with a monstrous aura appeared in this space. Everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble when they saw it. Yi Shiwen and Huang, who were in the distance, also understood that the main character had arrived. It was Blood Empress Linglong. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but look at Huang. In the end, Blood Empress Linglong still came. However, What surprised him even more was that Huang was able to know in advance that Blood Empress Linglong would come. The power of the Clear Sky Association was beyond his expectations. It was probably much larger than what he had initially thought. This figure arrived with a monstrous sea of blood. It almost seemed as if this space would be turned into a sea of blood, and on top of the endless waves of the sea of blood, a person stood alone. It seemed as if this person could suppress the entire space. Blood Empress Linglong. Yi Shiwen and Huang weren't the only ones who recognized the person in front of them. Among these emperor-level life forms, there were also more than one or two who recognized the person in front of them. Even so, they could only swallow their anger. After all, they couldn't do anything to Blood Empress Linglong, who was one of the 10 great emperors. They were too weak compared to her. He alone felt as though he was about to suppress everyone's power. Yi Shiwen didn't know when he had opened his double pupils. He saw a blood-red figure standing on top of the endless waves. It was a blood-red figure. His face couldn't be seen clearly. It seemed as if he was formed by boundless blood. He wore a gorgeous blood-red robe. He looked like the world's supreme expert. A bunch of trash. You can't even deal with a martial will. How shameful! Blood Empress Linglong reprimanded them as soon as she arrived. She didn't seem to be reprimanding her peers. Instead, she seemed to be reprimanding a group of juniors who hadn't reached the Tao. Chapter 3291. Blood Empress Linglong didn't care about them at all. She treated the other emperor creatures as her juniors. The other emperor creatures didn't dare to say anything, even though they were angry. They were already standing at the pinnacle of the outer realms, each of them ruling over their own clans and powers. No one dared to reprimand them, let alone reprimanding them as if they were their grandsons. However, this person was Blood Empress Linglong. How could they not know how powerful she was? Some of the emperor creatures had even grown up hearing about her legend and fame. If they were weaker than her, how could they dare to be presumptuous in front of her? In the world of the alien domain, this was a very normal thing, unlike the Fortune God dynasty, where there was at least the most basic order. In the alien domain, there was no order at all. The winner takes all. This was the sum of all the rules. Senior Blood Empress Linglong, there is something strange on the altar. There is a strange martial will. We tried to go forward, but we were all stopped. Finally, someone spoke. At this time, it was useless even if they were unhappy. They couldn't expect Blood Empress Linglong to give in to them. This was absolutely impossible, given Blood Empress Linglong's character. It was already good enough that she didn't kill them. Humph, you're all just trash. I want 70% of the law crystals here. Blood Empress Linglong snorted disdainfully, as if she didn't care about the others at all. However, she didn't propose to monopolize the law crystals. After all, there are many emperor creatures present. If she offended them all at the same time, it would be quite troublesome. Although the other emperor creatures were unwilling, they had no other choice. Although they could only get 30% of the law crystals, it was still better than nothing. If Blood Empress Linglong didn't make a move, they wouldn't have a chance to touch the remaining law crystals. Okay, as long as we can get those law crystals, 70% is fine. An emperor creature said immediately. Blood Empress Linglong nodded with satisfaction. Then she took a step forward and directly rushed towards the altar. Swish! Almost at the same time, the spear that was formed by the marshal appeared in the air and shot toward Blood Empress Linglong at lightning speed. Compared to the others, Blood Empress Linglong's amazing skills were finally displayed. Ordinary emperor-level creatures couldn't resist the sudden attack of the long spear, but Blood Empress Linglong didn't have the time to react. A blood-red wall appeared in front of her, which seemed to be able to block everything. Bang! The spear penetrated Blood Empress Linglong's blood wall. In an instant, it had penetrated more than half of the wall. It was only a hair's breadth away from Blood Empress Linglong's eyebrows. All of this happened in a split second. The power of the long spear was so amazing that even Blood Empress Linglong's defense was useless in front of it. However, this momentary pause gave Blood Empress Ling Long a chance to react. Immediately after, Blood Empress Ling Long's figure instantly disappeared in the sea of blood that filled the sky. The spear passed through the afterimage of her body, but it was unable to nail her to the bead. When Blood Empress Ling Long's figure reappeared, she was only a few dozen meters away from the altar. Previously, she had only made a feint to distract the long spear. It was obvious that Blood Empress Linglong had been here for some time, but she wasn't in a hurry to come out. Instead, she had figured out a pattern from the Emperor-level creatures that had been sent to their deaths. Hence, she was able to come into contact with the altar in a short period of time. However, right at this moment, the heavens and earth changed color as a gigantic hand appeared in the sky and attacked Blood Empress Ling Long fiercely. The gigantic hand grabbed her. Blood Empress Ling Long retreated and turned pale with fright. The huge hand seemed to have grabbed the river of fate and pulled her out of it. In an instant, a terrifying existence appeared. Blood Empress Ling Long retreated and avoided most of the attacks. However, it was too late and her chest was directly grabbed. Bang! Blood Empress Ling Long was directly hit and she retreated. A bloody hole appeared in her chest and blood was flowing out. This portion of flesh and blood that was snatched away didn't go to waste either. It was as if under the effects of a wave of natural laws, a part of a human figure was forcibly formed. It was a supreme existence dressed in a supreme being's robe, his hands behind his back. His eyes contained an invincible might that looked down on the world. A supreme existence is reviving with the help of flesh and blood. A sovereign emperor gasped. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but take a step back. He was intimidated by this aura. After the flesh and blood wriggled for a while, it turned into a willful figure. Damn it, which existence is reviving? Blood Empress Ling Long's expression became even more unsightly. She could feel that a terrifying will was reviving with the help of his flesh and blood. Not only did his flesh and blood contain endless energy, but it also contained a part of his primordial spirit. It was simply terrifying that it was being refined silently. This was only the revival of a part of his martial arts will. If his main body appeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. How terrifying would he be? After this terrifying existence took form, it just guarded the altar and faced Blood Empress Ling Long from afar. There's something strange about this altar. There must be something strange about it. Blood Empress Ling Long made a judgment almost immediately. It wasn't that she hadn't seen remnant martial arts wills before. Some of them were indeed very dangerous. However, this martial arts will was completely different. It was obviously guarding the altar. For an altar to be guarded by such an extremely powerful martial will, it was clear that it was extraordinary. However, she didn't know what was in this altar. I must get my hands on it. Blood Empress Ling Long immediately came to a conclusion. A blood-red armor had appeared on his body. At the same time, a blood-red spear had also appeared in his hand. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was about to go all out. Obviously, he also wanted to know what kind of existence was in this altar that could be guarded by the martial arts will. It can even turn into a physical body. This is not simple. Yi Shiwen said from afar. Everything that had happened just now fell into his eyes. In his heart, he had the same guess as Blood Empress Ling Long. At this moment, he couldn't wait to rush out and snatch the altar. However, he knew that now wasn't the time for that. He would have to wait until Blood Empress Ling Long and the marshal will fought to the death. Although he wasn't afraid, it would save him a lot of trouble if he made his move later. Yes, I didn't expect that either, Ah Huang said with a solemn expression. When she had tried to test the waters just now, the spear had already put her in a very difficult situation. She had tried her best to deal with it, but she didn't see the martial arts will that had turned into a corpse. Obviously, it wasn't qualified for the martial arts will to appear. Although she was very depressed to come to this conclusion, she wasn't very disappointed. She was also very clear that there were many good things in it. However, at this moment, she also knew that if Yi Shiwen was here, it would be impossible for her to obtain the altar. However, it was enough for her to obtain the law crystals below. At this moment, the battle was about to start. The one who initiated the battle was not anyone else, but Blood Empress Linglong. The spear in her hand moved, dragging out thousands of miles of blood qi. It was like a huge mountain range that traversed the universe. In an instant, the spear pierced through everything. At this moment, the martial arts will also attacked. The spear that was formed by the martial arts will also appeared in his hand. He directly faced the spear head-on without any fear. Using the martial arts will to fight against a Dao tool was even crazier than using the physical body to fight against a Dao tool. At least the physical body still had a physical body, but the martial arts will didn't even have a physical body. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion sound was heard as the two sides collided. In an instant, it turned into a terrifying, explosive frenzy that swept in all directions. It turned into a terrifying frenzy of destruction that destroyed everything in its path. It was really terrifying. Blood Empress Linglong's strength was obviously superior to those Emperor-level creatures. However, the power that the martial arts will displayed was actually not inferior to Blood Empress Linglong's. It was no wonder that she could stop everyone from getting close to her. Bang! 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 Deafening rumbles rang out as the battle between the two sides unfolded in the blink of an eye. These Emperor-level existences discovered that they seemed to have lost sight of the figures of the two sides in the battle. They couldn't see anything at all and could only watch as the two sides tore the space into countless pieces. So powerful! A Huang revealed a slightly shocked expression. Although she knew that the 10 great emperors and the 10 great emperors should be very strong, it was a completely different matter when she saw it with her own eyes. She was also extremely shocked. Apart from a Huang, the other emperor-level creatures also revealed the same shocked expression. Only Yi Shiwen remained unmoved. He just crossed his arms and coldly watched the battle in front of him. Although such a battle was extremely intense, it was impossible to say that he was helpless. However, his eyes were fixed on the huge altar. It seemed as if he wanted to know what was inside the altar. What could make the martial arts will care so much about it? Chapter 3292. It was obvious that this martial will had an extraordinary origin. That was why it was able to burst out such an amazing combat power. However, it was just a martial will. It was difficult for it to have real intelligence. It was not like the primordial spirit. Even a trace of the primordial spirit could have enough intelligence. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong the martial will was, it would be exhausted sooner or later. After all, it didn't have a physical body, so it couldn't be exhausted indefinitely. It was not difficult to kill ordinary sovereign lords. However, it would be a big mistake to compete with Blood Empress Linglong in a battle of attrition. Finishing the battle quickly was the way to go. However, it was impossible for the martial will to end the battle quickly. It would drag on for a long time. Blood Empress Linglong should be able to understand this point. Sure enough, although Blood Empress Linglong was fighting with the martial will, she was more on the defensive than on the offensive. She was obviously trying to stall for time so that the martial will would be exhausted. Yi Shiwen was able to do this with his strength. It was also the best decision. At the same time, Yi Shiwen was very surprised. Blood Empress Linglong had rich combat experience. She could easily judge the situation. In the dark, his martial arts had already been raised to the extreme. If that martial will was unable to allow him to achieve his initial goal of causing both sides to suffer heavy injuries, then he would have to make a move. He had absolute confidence in himself. Even without the help of his martial will, he still had enough power to suppress everything. Compared to Yi Shiwen's confidence, Huang was more worried. The more powerful Blood Empress Linglong was, the more worried she was. After all, she had never seen Yi Shiwen in action. After all, rumors were just rumors. She hadn't seen it with her own eyes. No matter how powerful Yi Shiwen was, in her opinion, there was no difference between him and Blood Empress Linglong. He was already at the peak of the Sovereign Lord realm. He was a supreme existence above all other sovereign lords. The battle became more and more intense. At this time, the other Emperor-level creatures could also see that if Blood Empress Linglong's guess was right, she was probably trying to exhaust this martial will. Everyone couldn't help but admire her. This was indeed the best way. Although it was a little cowardly, it was the best way to deal with it. And at this moment, that marshal will let out a loud roar. Instantly, the wind and clouds in the world surged. In an instant, all sorts of terrifying gales were stirred up, turning into a terrifying tornado. Under this tornado, the spiritual qi in the world was turned into pieces of crystals, floating in the air and stirring up a shocking tempest. Originally, the Emperor-level creatures were a little disdainful. However, when an Emperor-level creature was scratched by this crystal, a large piece of his flesh was scraped off on the spot. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly retreated to avoid this huge crystal storm, lest they were struck by it. The scene of that monarch being casually shaved off a lot of flesh and blood caused them to be incomparably terrified. If they were ruthlessly shaved off by it, all their flesh and blood would be shaved off. In the midst of this crystal storm, Blood Empress Linglong didn't want to be outdone. She created a sea of blood that covered the sky, turning the world into a sea of blood and a pool of blood. She fought against the crystal storm. At the same time, he was like a speedboat, darting to and fro amidst the tempest and raging tides. His figure continued to flash incessantly, and after countless flashes, he appeared before this martial will. The long spear in his hand stabbed out fiercely, bringing along endless blood-colored energy and piercing through this martial will. This martial will seemed extremely powerful. The spear didn't explode on the spot, but it still pierced through his body. If it were an actual living creature, even if it were a sovereign lord or a royal-level creature, they would either die or be seriously injured after taking this attack head-on. However, this martial will did not show any signs of this. It merely tapped out with the same spear attack at lightning speed. Everything was so well coordinated. It was as if both sides had coordinated well. The spear pierced through Blood Empress Linglong. Blood Empress Linglong was struck on the spot, and her entire body exploded. She wasn't like this martial will. She didn't have a physical body, nor did she have true intelligence. She was just a will, and she didn't have any thoughts of fear. When Blood Empress Linglong's body reassembled in the distance, her expression was extremely ugly. In front of her, the martial will couldn't move at all. The wound on her body was burning fiercely. This flame had almost burned her body and the martial will together. On the other side, there was also a big hole on Blood Empress Linglong's body. Although the martial will didn't kill her, it was still a fact that she was seriously injured. Damn it, I've been seriously injured. Blood Empress Linglong couldn't help but curse in her heart. Not only was she seriously injured, but even the exquisite blood armor she was wearing had a huge hole in it. Her physical body could recover easily, but it was almost impossible for her to restore the exquisite blood armor to its previous level. Fortunately, this martial will was finally destroyed under his efforts. Without this martial will causing trouble, he would be able to snatch the altar. At that time, he would be able to find out all the secrets of the altar. As for the law crystal, it seemed to be a secondary problem now. Seeing that Blood Empress Linglong had killed the martial will, many Emperor-level creatures couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. So many of them had been killed by the martial will. It was like a nightmare. Although Blood Empress Linglong was going to take most of the treasures, the remaining 30% was enough to satisfy them. As for the altar, they could see that there must be some secret behind it. However, This secret was not something that they could get their hands on. This altar is finally mine. I want to see what secrets are hidden in this altar. Blood Empress Linglong's injuries had recovered a little, and she directly attacked the altar. She didn't care about the other Emperor-level creatures at all. They wouldn't dare to attack her even if they had 10 times the courage. Moreover, with her strength, she could still kill all of them even if she was seriously injured. However, just when her big hand was about to touch the altar, a shocking sword light appeared in the void. In an instant, it turned into the 9 heavens Milky Way and directly smashed the big hand. Boom! The whole big hand was smashed on the spot. Who is it? Blood Empress Linglong was instantly furious. She thought that no one would dare to cause trouble behind her back, but the reality was that someone immediately gave her a hard slap, which made her feel as if she had been slapped in the face. However, this person had no intention of answering her. She directly formed a huge seal, which turned into a primordial sacred mountain and fell on her. Damn it! Blood Empress Linglong was really infuriated. She was so angry that she pointed her spear backward, which brought about thousands of miles of blood chi, which filled the entire space. The spear traversed everything and directly pointed at the huge seal that looked like a primordial sacred mountain. Bang! The 2 sides collided fiercely, and a terrifying power raged, which turned into a storm of laws that spread in all directions. Blood Empress Linglong had expected this to happen until she felt a terrifying power spread through her spear to her body. Her arm couldn't withstand it and exploded on the spot. Roar! Blood Empress Linglong was in pain, and she kept retreating to avoid the crushing power that came next. Her eyes were shining with horror. The power that she had used when she was angry was already extremely terrifying, but she was still no match for her opponent. Her opponent's attack had actually caused her arm to explode. Although her arm recovered immediately, the power of this attack was deeply engraved in her mind. Who is it? Why is he hiding and refusing to show himself? Blood Empress Linglong looked around and instantly spread out her divine will. At the same time, she was extremely vigilant, and her whole body was tense like a hedgehog, which could explode at any time. The other Emperor-level creatures were dumbfounded, and they finally came to their senses. They had all witnessed Blood Empress Linglong's strength, and she was indeed far stronger than them. Even if all of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to stop her. This was also the reason why they didn't object to Blood Empress Linglong taking away 70% of the law crystals. In this world where strength was respected, strength was the truth. However, the attack of this person in front of them could easily injure Blood Empress Linglong. Wasn't this terrifying enough? The person who wants your life. Immediately after, another terrifying sword light swept across the sky and came crashing down. Along with the arrival of this sword light, a figure had already appeared in front of everyone. It was a human in a green robe, and he had a delicate face. However, under the contrast of the sword light, the determination on his face was especially obvious. The sword light in his hand split into 1,000,000 miles long sword light and directly rushed towards Blood Empress Linglong. It's an emperor! The emperor of the Fortune God dynasty. Blood Empress Linglong was shocked and furious at the same time. She finally saw who the intruder was. However, it wasn't a daring emperor-level life form, but an emperor of the Fortune divine dynasty. The Fortune God dynasty and the Outer Domain were the 2 most basic factions in the entire Fortune world. Both sides were born enemies. Blood Empress Linglong's killing intent instantly exploded. However, the sword light instantly appeared in front of her. It was fast and ruthless. Chapter 30, 293. The sword was as fast as lightning and created a graceful slash. The graceful slash transformed into a raging wave of sword chi that slashed down on Blood Empress Linglong. The speed of this sword was too fast. It directly slashed from the horizon and landed in front of him. Clang! A loud explosion sounded, and the sword light fell on Blood Empress Ling Long's body. It seemed as if it had slashed into a sea of blood, and it set off a monstrous wave of blood. The sword light seemed as if it was going to split everything in half, and it directly hit the blood armor on his body. An amazing combat power erupted, and it seemed as if it could break through everything. Blood Empress Ling Long roared, and she let the sword fall on her body. At the same time, she immediately launched a counterattack. However, the terrifying power of the sword had caused her to pause for a moment, and most of the martial power that she had accumulated was scattered. The power of the blood tide that she had launched had also been greatly reduced. Oh no! Blood Empress Ling Long realized that something was wrong the moment she launched her attack. She gathered her martial power the moment she was attacked, and she wanted to rely on the defensive power of the blood armor to forcefully resist the attack before launching a counterattack. As one of the 10 great emperors, how could she be an ordinary person? It could be said that she stood at the peak of many sovereign emperors, and she had rich combat experience. Naturally, she was above all the sovereign emperors. The moment she launched her attack, she felt that most of the martial power that she had gathered had been scattered, and the power was incomparable to before. And this was with the protection of the blood armor. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured in an instant. He finally understood how powerful Yi Shiwen's sword strike was. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change in the slightest when facing this attack. He waved his hand and blasted out a punch. Blood Empress Ling Long's attack was instantly blown away. Not even a speck of it could land on his body. However, Blood Empress Ling Long also took advantage of this opportunity to retreat for hundreds of miles and avoided Yi Shiwen's attack. She finally had some time to breathe. At this moment, she finally saw the person who had attacked her. The series of attacks just now had left her no time to breathe at all. He could easily tell that it was a human emperor. However, in his impression, there were no powerful emperors in the human race. Apart from the figure that he had caught a glimpse of, there was no one else worthy of his attention. However, that person was completely different from the person in front of him. They were both incomparably sharp, yet completely different. For a single clan to produce such a figure, it would require an enormous amount of karmic luck, let alone 2 in succession. It was simply inconceivable. Human, there's no enmity between us, so why do you have to force me? Blood Empress Ling Long said. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. How could the fearless Blood Empress Ling Long say something like this, which implied that she was admitting defeat? This completely subverted their worldview, and they couldn't believe it at all. Normally, Blood Empress Ling Long would have already charged forward and killed him. However, she only scolded him angrily and didn't do anything. Naturally, everyone could see that Blood Empress Ling Long had some misgivings. At the same time, they looked at Yi Shiwen. Who was this human emperor? How could he be so powerful? Compared to the Fortune Divine Dynasty's emperor, they knew much less than the Fortune Divine Dynasty's emperor. The Fortune God Dynasty was too big, and the time it took for news to travel was calculated in thousands of years. Although they were powerful emperor rank existences, in this aspect they weren't any better. After all, their main focus was on cultivation, and they rarely took the initiative to pay attention to this kind of news. Among these emperor-level existences, only a few people knew Yi Shiwen. Even if they received the news, it was from a long time ago. For ordinary emperors, this level of news was still considered fresh. However, for Yi Shiwen's speed of progress, it was too slow. In the eyes of some people, Yi Shiwen's strength seemed to change 3 times in a day, and it couldn't be compared to normal circumstances. In addition, the news of Yi Shiwen killing the Eagle Horn Emperor was too recent, and it hadn't reached the ears of these emperor-level existences who had been in the Crystal Valley. This human emperor shouldn't be so powerful. An emperor-level existence who knew Yi Shiwen said, but he couldn't believe it. It didn't seem to match with the information he had received. Enmity. A sneer flashed across Yi Shiwen's mouth. Blood Empress Linglong understood that it was a kind of mockery. If she were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, she wouldn't let Yi Shiwen off at this time. Everything was clear with just one sentence. Both sides didn't need any reason or excuse to kill each other. If she were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, she would definitely not let him off if she had the upper hand. However, she was in a disadvantageous position now, and she hadn't recovered from the serious injuries she had suffered just now. Otherwise, with her temper, how could she be so humble? If she could fight, she wouldn't make a fuss. That was her style. You want to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam? I don't think you have the strength to do so. Blood Empress Ling Long threatened coldly. With her status and pride, she naturally couldn't say that she wanted to perish together with Yi Shiwen. However, the meaning behind her words was very clear. Do you really think that you and I will perish together? Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. It was impossible even when you were at your peak, let alone now. Yi Shiwen's so-called the fisherman who benefits from the fight between the two sides plan had succeeded. Now it was time to harvest. Huang's previous worries weren't wrong. Even if Blood Empress Linglong was seriously injured, she still couldn't deal with her. However, this wasn't a problem for Yi Shiwen. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen moved directly. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the world faintly trembled violently. All kinds of divine lights swept out like heavenly pillars, turning the world and the space into pieces of sparkling and translucent crystals. It seemed as if everything would be destroyed. When he really attacked, his strength was stronger than when he fought against Emperor Eaglehorn. Without thinking, he directly punched out the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, which turned into the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist and blasted towards Blood Empress Linglong. Damn it! Blood Empress Linglong saw that Yi Shiwen didn't intend to give up. So she quickly roared, and the bloody light on her body shone brightly. It made it seem as if she was the only ruler of this world. She held the spear with both of her hands and blasted it towards Yi Shiwen's Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and both sides directly collided. A terrifying frenzy enveloped both sides and engulfed everything. In such a violent frenzy, Yi Shiwen didn't move an inch. No matter how his clothes fluttered, the brilliance of his body didn't diminish. Instead, it shone even brighter. Blood Empress Linglong, who was opposite him, felt the sudden attack of a terrifying power. She kept retreating, and her bloody principles were blown away and scattered. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and chased after her again. He knew that powerful existences like the 10 Great Emperors and 10 Great Emperors were already superior to all the other emperors. Killing them would be of great benefit to Yi Shiwen's Great Way. They were the whetstones of his Great Way, and the others weren't even qualified to be his whetstones. It would make his Great Way purer, and his chances of breaking through to the Heavenly Master Realm would be higher. However, it was like a disaster for Blood Empress Linglong. Yi Shiwen's berserk attack was like a precious dragon. It had bombarded her body and had even affected her injuries. Her previous injuries couldn't be suppressed anymore, and they were affected by Yi Shiwen's attack. In addition to the injuries caused by Yi Shiwen, it was simply adding injuries on top of injuries. At this moment, she suddenly understood that she shouldn't be a match for Yi Shiwen. Although she was unwilling, she also knew how to judge the situation. No wonder she dared to come up and take advantage of the situation. Ordinary Ninth Realm experts who dared to take advantage of her would be courting death. She was even confident that she could defeat the 10 Great Emperors, who were also at the peak of the Ninth Realm. However, Yi Shiwen had obviously surpassed the 10 Great Emperors and was even more powerful than her at her peak. When did such an invincible figure appear in the Fortune God dynasty? At this moment, she didn't have many thoughts of killing Yi Shiwen. Although it was painful to lose so many law crystals, it was better than being killed by Yi Shiwen. Thinking of this, She fought and retreated at the same time. However, she was also not a simple character. Naturally, she knew that she would be chased by Yi Shiwen if she kept running away. At that time, she would have to die even if she didn't want to. If she wanted to escape from Yi Shiwen's hands, she had to first defeat him and make him hesitate. Therefore, even though Blood Empress Linglong had the intention to escape, she became even more ruthless in this fight. Suddenly, the sky and the earth shook. Rays of light erupted and dyed the entire world in a blood-red color. Her body had thoroughly integrated with the heavenly way, and she had erupted with an even more tyrannical power. Suddenly, she was evenly matched with Yi Shiwen. Even Yi Shiwen was a little surprised. Blood Empress Linglong was indeed very powerful. Although she was fighting with her life on the line, he could still see that she wasn't an ordinary person. She wanted to escape, but she turned around and fought even more fiercely. Just this bit of fighting wisdom alone was far superior to many emperors. If Yi Shiwen was an ordinary person, even the 10 great emperors or the 10 great emperors might be defeated by him. If the fight continued like this, it was very likely that both sides would suffer great losses. Blood Empress Linglong had to die, but he had to pay a sufficient price. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. He regarded Blood Empress Linglong as a whetstone to hone his skills. How could he let her go so easily? In any case, the altar and the law crystals were already in his bag. He could take them whenever he wanted. Chapter 3294. Blood Empress Linglong's desperation was exactly what Yi Shiwen wanted. Other people were afraid that both sides would suffer, and others would take advantage of the situation. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid. The more intense Blood Empress Linglong's resistance was, the more benefits he would obtain. Therefore, Yi Shiwen didn't retreat when facing Blood Empress Linglong's desperation. Instead, he fought back even more violently. Ever since Yi Shiwen had stepped into the 9th realm, he hadn't stopped thinking about making progress. Instead, under the pressure of reality, his desire to step into the Heavenly Master Realm had become even stronger. The next step was the Heavenly Master Realm. He wouldn't be stingy with anything that would help him step into the Heavenly Master Realm. One side wanted to sign up, while the other side wanted to sharpen their swords. Both sides were equally determined. This didn't reduce the intensity of the battle. On the contrary, it became more and more intense as time passed. Ha ha ha, come on. Yi Shiwen became more and more excited as he fought. In his opinion, such a battle would naturally bring great benefits. However, Blood Empress Linglong was completely shocked. Yi Shiwen's strength was completely beyond her expectations, not to mention the fact that he had so many tricks up his sleeves. There were sword techniques, fist techniques, hand seals, and so on. There wasn't a single repetition. Such a person had already surpassed the ranks of the Emperor Realm experts. She was about to collapse. Why hasn't such a person entered the Heavenly Master Realm? She had always thought that she was at the peak of the Emperor Lords. However, she now realized that she was wrong. There was actually someone who could break through her limits and break the limits of the Emperor Lords. The longer this battle continued, the more injuries she felt to her foundation. She had forcibly suppressed her injuries and fought with Yi Shiwen until now. Naturally, she had to pay a price to do so. She had to pay a certain price to achieve this. Now that she couldn't get rid of Yi Shiwen in a short period of time, these side effects appeared. Puff! Blood Empress Linglong spurted out a mouthful of golden blood essence. This mouthful of golden blood essence was the result of tens of thousands of years of cultivation. This was the blood essence of blood essence. Yi Shiwen's continuous attacks made Blood Empress Linglong spit out blood again. The other Emperor-level creatures felt that there was no more terrifying existence in the world than Yi Shiwen. Even Blood Empress Linglong, who was invincible in their hearts, was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. Again, Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The martial power of his whole body had been raised to the limit. The more he fought, the more his magic power burned, and the clearer his Tao became. Only in such a battle could his strength improve the fastest. The other emperor-level existences retreated again and again. They didn't dare to approach Yi Shiwen at all. The entire space had almost turned into a battlefield for the two of them. Yi Shiwen's attack was too overbearing. Even the weaker emperor-level existences had the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood from the aftermath of his attack. They could feel the pressure that Blood Empress Linglong was under. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Just like Blood Empress Linglong, these emperor-level creatures were also roaring in their hearts. How could such an existence, who hadn't even reached the Celestial Master stage, be so powerful? Roar! Blood Empress Linglong was forced into a desperate situation. She let out a loud roar and suddenly erupted again. The martial power that she had been accumulating for a long time finally erupted. She stabbed out with her spear again, overturning the Tao of heaven and earth. Wherever this spear passed, it seemed as if it was going to evolve into a new world. Under the situation where she was forced to her limit, she finally unleashed her unprecedented spear Tao cultivation. Her momentum was invincible, and it seemed as if she was going to reverse the situation. However, in the face of Blood Empress Linglong's desperate counterattack, Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he met her attack head-on and blasted out a punch. His fist energy evolved into a 6 paths wheel in midair. This 6 paths will fell down on the spot. It was like a long river that contained endless power. Everything was integrated into Yi Shiwen's fist energy. Everything was done in one go, and the whole space was trembling from the impact of Yi Shiwen's fist energy. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was the master of the entire space. No matter how much Blood Empress Linglong struggled, she was no match for him. Bang! The fist and the spear collided fiercely, and a terrifying light burst out like a supernova explosion. Blood Empress Linglong finally couldn't hold the spear in her hand anymore. Her palms directly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that splattered all over the sky. This spear couldn't withstand the remaining force, and with a bang, it turned into a bloody mist that spread out in all directions. It was like a bloody meteor shower had fallen from the sky. Puff! 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 The defensive gangchis of several Emperor-class life forms that didn't manage to dodge in time were instantly broken and pierced by the fragments of the blood-colored spear. The other Emperor-level creatures turned pale with fright. Even the aftermath of the battle could occasionally kill them. If they were to stay here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although they were still reluctant to part with the Law Crystal, they knew that their lives were the most important. If they lost their lives, what use would they have? In particular, the emperors who were severely injured were so scared that they wet their pants. They hurriedly flew away, not daring to covet the Law Crystal. After all, Yi Shiwen and Blood Empress Linglong were different. Since they were on the same side, Blood Empress Linglong couldn't kill them all. Otherwise, she would really offend the public. Even though she was one of the 10 emperors, she couldn't indiscriminately kill innocent people and offend the public. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He didn't have such concerns. It was natural for the experts of the Fortune God dynasty to fight with the experts of the foreign domains. These people have run away. That's good. It saves me a lot of trouble when the time comes. Huang couldn't help but smile when she saw the emperor-level creatures running away. Her cultivation was far superior to most of the emperor-level creatures. Even if Yi Shiwen and Blood Empress Linglong were to fight, they wouldn't be able to seriously injure her. However, even though she wasn't afraid of so many emperor-level creatures, it would still be troublesome to deal with them. Fortunately, they seemed to have been frightened by Yi Shiwen at this time. Huang's gaze turned towards the 2 people who were fighting. She was incomparably glad in her heart. Fortunately, she had joined hands with Yi Shiwen at the last minute. Otherwise, It wouldn't have been so easy for him to take advantage of Blood Empress Ling Long, given his cultivation. He would have been slapped to death by her. At this time, she finally understood why Yi Shiwen didn't care about Blood Empress Linglong at all. She didn't expect him to hide such amazing strength. Such power had far surpassed any of the powerful monarchs that she had seen before. Even a battle emperor might not be a match for him. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have to make such amazing progress in such a short period of time? No matter what the truth was, it would shock the world once it was announced. At this time, the situation of the battle between the two of them in the sky was very obvious. Blood Empress Linglong had forced herself to raise her strength to the peak. Her injuries had completely broken out, and her strength had rapidly retreated. She was no longer as carefree and contented as before. Instead, she was constantly being beaten until she vomited blood. The blood essence that she had cultivated for many years was being continuously vomited out. The blood essence kept flowing out. Blood Empress Linglong's heart was bleeding. Even if she could escape from this battle, her vitality would be greatly damaged. She wouldn't be able to compete with experts of the same level as her. She didn't know how long it would take for her to recover. But did she have any other way? If she didn't burn her blood essence, she would die faster. She could only retreat while fighting. However, Yi Shiwen was like a maggot in the tarsal bone. He was like a shadow following the body, not giving him the slightest possibility of escaping. Yi Shiwen's continuous attacks made him even more injured. If this continued, he wouldn't even have the ability to escape. You're going too far. Do you really want to fight me with your life? Blood Empress Linglong roared with all her might. Then fight me with your life. I'd like to see what else you can do. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. Blood Empress Linglong was getting weaker and weaker, but he was getting stronger and stronger. After all, he would receive a lot of rewards from the Fortune God dynasty for killing Blood Empress Linglong, not to mention his wealth. These were the things he needed to break through to the heavenly master realm. Ah! Blood Empress Linglong roared angrily. All the blood essence in her body started to burn. She wanted to fight Yi Shiwen to the death. She had been forced into a dead end. All of her blood essence and the strength she had accumulated for countless years were gathered together and turned into a punch. This punch shook the heavens and the earth. The entire space was trembling and the heavens were crying. It was as if Blood Empress Linglong had been forced into a dead end. Even the heavens and the earth were crying. The power of the heavens and the earth had been absorbed into one. Ha ha ha, take my punch too. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. He didn't dodge. Instead, he also punched towards Blood Empress Linglong. Boom! The power of both sides had surpassed the limits of a sovereign emperor. In an instant, everything in the world was submerged. The deadlock only lasted for a moment. Yi Shiwen's fist momentum broke through Blood Empress Linglong's fist attack, which had been launched with all of her blood essence in a split second. It was completely broken in an instant. Yi Shiwen's punch didn't lose any momentum. It landed on Blood Empress Linglong's body. Bang! Blood Empress Linglong let out a blood-curdling scream as her body exploded and her nascent soul was destroyed. She could not be more dead. Chapter 3295. Yi Shiwen put away Blood Empress Linglong's body. He took a look at it. Because of the crazy burning of blood essence, the quality of Blood Empress Linglong's body was not as good as before. It was roughly equivalent to an ordinary emperor lord at the peak of the 9th realm. It could not be compared to the strength of the 10 emperors. Moreover, the body of the emperor-level creature was not as good as that of the emperor-level creature. As time went by, the body of the emperor-level creature would decay. But in general, it was not a small amount of income, especially the wealth in his inner world. Many of them could be used as raw materials to refine the heaven-seizing pill. Martial Emperor Fellow is really powerful. Congratulations. In the distance, a Huang took a step forward and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. She had witnessed Yi Shiwen's amazing strength with her own eyes. She had confirmed that the rumors were not credible because Yi Shiwen was stronger than the rumors said. Among the many rumors, the latest one was that he was strong enough to rival the 10 emperors. Killing the Eagle Horn Emperor was also said to be a difficult victory. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that his strength was superior to the 10 emperors. The so-called rival of the 10 emperors was just a joke. She was shocked. She could not believe that someone could cultivate to this level and had not entered the heavenly master realm. It was beyond a miracle. However, his face was still the same as usual. There was no change in his expression. "It's just a small trick," Yi Shiwen said. "Let's go down and have a look." Okay. Huang first confirmed that there was no one else in this space except for her and Yi Shiwen. Then she nodded. The emperor-level creatures that were there before had already disappeared without a trace. No one dared to stay and see if Yi Shiwen would kill them. It was rare for the 2 camps to unite. On the other hand, it was common for the 2 camps to kill each other when they met. Yi Shiwen landed directly on the altar. Without the obstruction of the martial will, he easily landed on the altar. The entire altar seemed to be made of white marble. It was smooth and without a trace of dust. It was full of a mysterious aura. Huang did not look at the altar. Instead, she headed straight for the nomological crystal below the altar. She looked at the law crystals below. In the end, she didn't take half of them according to the original agreement. Instead, she only took about 30% of the law crystals. Yi Shiwen had single-handedly killed Blood Empress Linglong. Moreover, he had scared off the other emperor-level creatures. However, she had only stopped the news. Although Yi Shiwen wouldn't break the contract for no reason, she still had the intention of befriending Yi Shiwen. In the face of such an extremely strong powerhouse, no one wouldn't want to befriend him. As for the troubles he had caused, it seemed that it was nothing at all. Yi Shiwen's divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire altar like a circle of tidewater. However, Yi Shiwen discovered that after his divine sense entered the altar, it was immediately absorbed by the altar. It was an independent space. Divine sense wouldn't be able to survive in the outside world, but it could completely survive in here. This was a very special space. The martial will from before had also lived in it for countless years. It could still exert such amazing power. Yi Shiwen suddenly had an idea. This altar can store divine senses and martial will. Then, can it store the martial arts attacks left behind by those powerhouses? Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen quickly threw a punch of 6 paths of reincarnation fist and entered the altar. Such a huge movement immediately alarmed Huang. She was also shocked. She quickly looked over and was relieved after seeing that Yi Shiwen didn't make any further moves. Yi Shiwen was completely immersed in the altar at this time. Sure enough, he found that the 6 paths of reincarnation fist that entered the altar didn't disappear. Instead, it was preserved in a special situation. The space inside this altar was indeed very special. Yi Shiwen didn't know who refined it. It was very amazing. Even with Yi Shiwen's ability, he couldn't refine such a space. Ordinary spaces couldn't store such pure attack thoughts at all. It would mean that Yi Shiwen would have another trump card if he could do it. There were many terrifying martial arts intents in this Crystal Valley. These martial arts intents hadn't dispersed even after countless years. Some of them could even injure a heavenly master. Yi Shiwen's strength would undoubtedly increase greatly if he could collect all of them. Although the possibility of using it on ordinary days was not high, it was extremely useful to deal with those powerful super powerhouses. Although it was probably dangerous to collect those terrifying martial arts attacks, it was definitely a supreme means for him. Once used well, the effect was simply unimaginable. Speaking of which, wasn't Yi Shiwen's previous near-death experience targeted by someone using a celestial master's means? Otherwise, with his strength, although he didn't have his current strength at that time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed in the face of everyone's pursuit. This was naturally a killer weapon that could be used, but ordinary people couldn't preserve such celestial masters' means and attacks. Although Yi Shiwen didn't know who refined this altar, it could obviously do this and accommodate those celestial masters' means. However, it could only be done after the altar was completely refined, just like the fist energy of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist that he injected into it. Although it could be seen, it had been cut apart and couldn't be controlled. Obviously, it was controlled by this altar. Rise! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and the entire altar rose directly, then became smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned into a stream of light and entered Yi Shiwen's body. A Huang saw this and understood that this altar should also be a good treasure. However, she didn't dare to compete with Yi Shiwen at this time, nor did she want to covet it. The more strength one had, the more treasures one could take. At this time, Yi Shiwen looked at these law crystals. These law crystals were 70% left. Yi Shiwen immediately understood what a Huang meant. He felt a little happy in his heart, but there was no change on his face. He just waved his hand and absorbed all these law crystals into his inner world. Since this time is over, I will leave first, Yi Shiwen said. Fellow Taoist Martial Emperor, please go ahead. However, I still have something to remind you. Recently, the matter of you obtaining the king-level dragon vein has caused an uproar. I'm afraid that many people are planning to cause trouble for you. A Huang couldn't help but remind him. They are just a bunch of clowns. There's nothing to worry about. Yi Shiwen didn't seem to care at all. That's right, I'm worrying too much. Fellow Taoist Martial Emperor is wise and mighty. These clowns are nothing to worry about. A Huang paused. She originally wanted to say that those who dared to target her were the best among the Emperor Lords. They were the super powerhouses who were famous. However, she immediately thought of the horrifying scene when Yi Shiwen had easily killed Blood Empress Ling, long thinking of this. Those people were probably just clowns. Even Blood Empress Ling Long and Emperor Eagle Horn couldn't compare to them. In Yi Shiwen's eyes, they were probably just clowns. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks were useless. When we leave the path of creation, I hope that fellow Taoist Martial Emperor can visit the Clear Sky Association. Just treat it as making friends with the Clear Sky Association. A Huang invited. If they were to talk about roping in Yi Shiwen now, it wouldn't be an insult to his intelligence. Instead, it would be an insult to his own intelligence. However, at the very least, they had to make such a powerhouse maintain sufficient goodwill towards the Clear Sky Association. This was because she knew very well what the main purpose of the Clear Sky Association was. If these super powerhouses didn't like them, then they would be in real trouble. After leaving the path of creation, Yi Shiwen sighed. If you are still in the mood to invite me to visit you at that time, I will go and have a look. Yi Shiwen thought of the heaven-devouring demon king who was about to come out of his closed-door training, and the sky-fire divine lord who was nowhere to be found. He knew that once he left the path of creation, he was afraid that there would be many battles and troubles. When that time came, he would have offended 2 powerful beings in succession. It was hard to say whether the Clear Sky Association would still dare to have any relations with him. A Huang suddenly recalled that this person in front of her seemed to have offended the heaven-devouring demon king as well. The heaven-devouring demon race had been greatly offended by this guy. The powerful heaven-devouring demon race had been forced to lower their heads by him. However, the troubles were just the beginning. Although he had killed the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring demon race, there was still the heaven-devouring demon king who was like the sun in the sky. It would have been fine if the heaven-devouring demon king hadn't entered the heavenly venerate realm when he came out of his closed-door training. However, if he had entered the heavenly venerate realm, it would have been a disaster for the human race. This extremely powerful man in front of her would probably have died a tragic death. No matter how powerful he was, he still hadn't entered the heavenly venerate realm. If he was just an emperor lord, there was no way he could be compared to a heavenly venerate. It was no wonder that he would say that. At times like this, a friend in need was indeed a friend indeed. However, did they really have such a deep friendship in the past? However, what she didn't know was that the man in front of her had no intention of hiding at all. Instead, he was thinking of ways to prepare his trump card and prepare for a battle with the heaven-devouring Demon King. Not only did he want to protect himself, but he also wanted to make the heaven-devouring Demon King pay a heavy price. In fact, he might even want to take his life. Once this idea was spread, it would immediately cause a huge uproar. This was not just an ordinary person's guts. He was simply too bold. Chapter 3296. However, for Yi Shiwen this was nothing. This kind of thinking was just normal for him. He had no absolute fear of the so-called stronger people. Ever since he started cultivating, he had always been moving forward against the wind. He did not know how many so-called geniuses and so-called powerhouses he had killed. In his eyes, the Celestial Master was just a goal to achieve in the next stage. It was not worthy of respect at all. Defeating the strong and constantly defeating the stronger was his path forward. Even the fate creation, Heavenly Lord, who had single-handedly created the Fortune God dynasty, was not the so-called invincible existence in his eyes. It was just that he had not reached that realm yet. Once there was fear in one's heart, it would be difficult to make further progress. After cultivating to this stage, he increasingly understood that the world was as big as one's heart. This sentence was very true. Since Yi Shiwen said so, Huang no longer said anything. Instead, she said, "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely call Martial Emperor." "Haha, that's great. It will naturally be great if we cooperate." Yi Shiwen laughed and nodded. He naturally understood Huang's thoughts. If he cooperated with the Clear Sky Association, it would be good if she could get 10% of the law crystals in the end. After all, it was a behemoth, and she was not its master. This was the biggest problem. Although Huang only got 30% of the law crystals in the end, it was already much better than cooperating with the Clear Sky Association. In any case, Huang had her own calculations. She also wanted to step into the Heavenly Master realm one day. In terms of her desire for law crystals, there was no difference between her and others. After bidding farewell to Huang, Yi Shiwen immediately left this space. He was afraid that this news would spread soon. It was not good to stay here for long. Yi Shiwen constantly shuttled through various spaces, often stopping in the space crevices. While looking for the whereabouts of other law crystals, he began to study the law crystals in his hands. Even for celestial masters, law crystals had extraordinary significance. They could help them step into a higher realm, help them cultivate, and help them comprehend. Therefore, it was extremely important for them. This was also why both the Outer Domain and the Fortune God dynasty were trying their best to facilitate the creation of cracks on the path of fate. They also needed to replenish law crystals. He found a crack in the space and casually arranged an array formation to avoid being discovered. Then he began to sit cross-legged. A fist-sized crystal appeared in front of him. A crystal of this size was considered a unit of crystal by many Emperor Lords and Heavenly Venerates. It was already very impressive for an ordinary Emperor Lord to obtain a few units of crystal. Even a colossus like the Fortune Divine Dynasty couldn't find tens of thousands of law crystals every time the path of fortune opened. And Yi Shiwen had more than 1,000 law crystals with him now. It could be said to be a huge fortune. Therefore, he didn't have to carefully maintain the balance of the laws in the law crystal like the others did. For him, time was obviously more important. Yi Shiwen's divine sense penetrated into the law crystal, and he suddenly felt that the scene in front of him had changed. It seemed as if he had entered the interior of the law crystal. The principles had transformed into crystals and had appeared in front of Yi Shiwen in an unprecedented form. When Yi Shiwen's divine sense touched these crystals that had transformed from divine sense, he suddenly felt as if the great Tao had collided and interacted with each other. It made him feel as if his soul was trembling. This was the feeling of a large amount of information flowing into his body. Every law contained a supreme great Tao, but it was originally an invisible existence. Now, it had appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. He only felt that the speed at which he comprehended the great Tao had increased by an unknown amount. Originally, he had the help of the mysterious space, so his speed of comprehension was already very astonishing. However, in this law crystal, his speed of comprehension was even faster. It was like a high-speed machine, and with the help of the mysterious space, it could continuously strip out enough information and pour it into his mind. He didn't know how long this feeling lasted. It felt like a moment, but it also felt like a century had passed. Bang! A muffled groan pulled him back from the state of comprehension. In front of him, the piece of law crystal had directly exploded and turned into a terrifying energy that swept out. It could casually blast an ordinary quasi-emperor to death, but it was nothing for Yi Shiwen. It couldn't even break his defense. However, he still woke up with a start. This law crystal had been completely scrapped. When Yi Shiwen's divine sense penetrated into it, just now, he had destroyed the balance within it. This caused the law crystal to lose its delicate balance and finally exploded. Yi Shiwen pinched his fingers and calculated. He knew that he hadn't comprehended this law crystal for a very long time. If it were someone else, perhaps they would feel distressed. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have such thoughts. He immediately took out another piece of law crystal, and it appeared in front of him. He probed it with his divine sense, and suddenly that mysterious state reappeared in his mind. Not long after, this state was broken again, and only a day had passed in between. Consuming a piece of law crystal in a day, such a speed could be called squandering. If the other emperors who were carefully comprehending the law crystals knew about this, they would definitely feel distressed. However, this was nothing for Yi Shiwen. That kind of careful comprehension method could indeed last longer, but it would also take a longer time. For him, what he lacked the most was always time. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this time, Yi Shiwen had already consumed 1/3 of the law crystals on him. During this process, he hadn't found any other law crystals. These law crystals were very difficult to find. In addition, many powerhouses had already entered the path of creation several times before, and many of them had already been seized by them. They didn't leave anything for the future generations at all. But even so, Yi Shiwen felt that his skills, which he originally thought couldn't improve any further, had actually improved by leaps and bounds in just over a year's time, coupled with the full operation of the mysterious space. For experts like them, the comprehension of laws was almost equivalent to the embodiment of their own strength. The deeper the comprehension, the faster the growth of their strength. It was almost like 1,000 miles in a day. Although he hadn't truly stepped into the heavenly master realm, he was already infinitely close to it. It could be said that his strength had more than doubled compared to his original strength. This was extremely terrifying. Originally, he was already invincible in the Emperor realm. He didn't even care about the likes of the 10 great emperors. Perhaps only existences like the Battle Emperor could slightly wrestle with him. Now that his strength had doubled, how terrifying was he? If he had cultivated by himself, he wouldn't have been able to improve further, let alone double his strength. But with the law crystals, it was completely different. After all, more than 300 units of law crystals were not wasted. It was already good for ordinary people to have 1 or 2 units. For someone like him, who used hundreds of law crystals as a unit, it was simply the behavior of a wastrel. Perhaps some heavenly masters didn't use so many law crystals to advance to the heavenly master realm. However, he didn't care at all. As long as his strength increased, everything would be worth it. Hence, his desire for law crystals increased by another level. As long as he had enough law crystals, it really wouldn't be a dream to step into the heavenly master realm in a short period of time. However, if he wanted to step into the heavenly master realm, just the over 700 units of law crystals he had on hand wouldn't be enough. He would need more to make it possible. However, it was very difficult to find so many. After such a long time, apart from finding so many law crystals on the sacrificial altar, he had only found a few scattered pieces that weren't worth mentioning. After all, law crystals weren't natural treasures, so they couldn't be mass-produced. They could only be produced purely by accident. The collision of different laws could only form law crystals after a mysterious transformation. Most laws would form the most common type of crystal on the path of creation after they collided. Although those crystals were semi-finished products, they were still useless. Hence, he still had to find more law crystals. However, he hadn't used up over 700 units of law crystals yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. Just as he was about to continue his seclusion, he suddenly received a message from the Battle Emperor. He said that he had found the existence of the Night Emperor. Yi Shiwen's spirit was instantly lifted. Finally, it was time to completely eliminate the Night Emperor. Since he had started fighting with the Night Emperor, he had some ideas. At that time, the Night Emperor didn't care about him at all. He was only angry because Yi Shiwen had killed the Gunmetal Tiger Emperor. In essence, he still regarded Yi Shiwen as a nobody. He probably didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would have such achievements today. Otherwise, even if he had to pay a huge price, he would have killed Yi Shiwen in the Battle of Storm City. With Yi Shiwen's current strength, it was impossible for the Night Emperor to pose any fatal threat to him. However, it didn't mean that Yi Shiwen would let such an extremely dangerous existence plot against him. It's time to eliminate the Night Emperor. Chapter 3297. The feud between Yi Shiwen and the Night Emperor had been going on for many years. Previously, Yi Shiwen had to avoid the Night Emperor's sharp edge. However, there was no need for that now. Instead, he had to take the initiative to find the Night Emperor and eliminate this future trouble. Otherwise, even though he wasn't afraid of the Night Emperor's constant scheming, even Yi Shiwen didn't dare to say that he would be flawless. It was inevitable that there would be a loophole. If the Night Emperor seized the opportunity, it might cause unpredictable consequences. Therefore, Yi Shiwen decided to eliminate the Night Emperor as soon as possible to eliminate future trouble. Yi Shiwen quickly rushed to meet up with the coordinates left by the Battle Emperor. Soon, he entered a plain full of lava. There were flowing and erupting lava everywhere. It was as if he had entered a world of pure flames. In the center of this plain, a figure was moving up and down. It was none other than the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor's aura was faintly integrated with the entire heaven and earth. Although he was in the path of creation, the heaven law of the entire space could still be used by him. One could imagine how powerful he was. Beside the Battle Emperor, a figure was hidden and didn't show his face. However, how could he hide from Yi Shiwen's eyes? It was the Butterfly Sovereign. After all these years, the Butterfly Sovereign had successfully entered the second realm. Although the speed of her improvement couldn't be compared to Yi Shiwen's, it was still considered very fast. Martial Emperor is here. The Battle Emperor opened his eyes. At the same time that Yi Shiwen arrived, he had also sensed that the entire space had fallen into his control. "Greetings, Battle Emperor, Butterfly Sovereign," said Yi Shiwen with a bow. "Since you're here, this matter is more than half done," said the Battle Emperor with a laugh. Yi Shiwen smiled and nodded. Then he asked, "May I know why did you choose this place as the battlefield?" "That's because it's said that there are law crystals here. Based on the information I've received, Yi Huang and the others will be here very soon. As long as we wait here, we'll be able to kill him completely." The Battle Emperor's determined face was filled with a cold, murderous intent. "This time, we can finally get rid of this bastard. But is it just us?" Yi Shiwen asked. The Battle Arch shook his head and said, "Of course not. Although Taoist Martial Emperor is the absolute main force, I have also called 2 other Taoist Martial Emperors over just to be safe. Even if the Night Emperor has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will not be able to escape. He will definitely die here." "Speak of the devil. Not long after, a figure stepped on a beam of light and appeared in front of everyone. It was a sovereign emperor who was hidden in the void, leaving only a shadow behind. His strength was great, and he had already reached the 9th level. He was extremely powerful. Tai, Saint Emperor, you're here. That's great. The Battle Emperor laughed out loud and introduced himself. Tai, Saint Emperor, let me introduce you. This is Taoist Martial Emperor. Taoist Martial Emperor. This is Taoist Martial Emperor of the Southern region. His Chaos Divine technique is unparalleled in the world. It's hard to find a match for him. The Tai Sage Emperor just nodded, then looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was quite famous recently. He more or less knew some news, but he couldn't judge the outcome of many of the news. However, just from what he heard, he already understood that Yi Shiwen in front of him was not an ordinary person. Yi Shiwen also nodded at the same time to show his respect. Although the Tai Saint Emperor was powerful, his strength was at most similar to the Void Emperor. He couldn't compare with the Eagle Horn Emperor, Blood Empress Linglong, and the others, let alone the Battle Emperor. Not long after, another figure condensed in the void. It was like a gust of wind rolling into the space. The constantly erupting lava was rolled up, forming a huge fire tornado. Taoist Martial Emperor, let me introduce you. This is Taoist Qi Emperor. Taoist Qi Emperor, this is Taoist Martial Emperor, who has been in the limelight recently. This person was also a famous expert. However, he came from the northern region. Among the many emperors in the northern region, he was considered one of the top experts. He was also a super expert who had entered the 9th level. The Battle Emperor was able to recruit these 2 experts at will. His network was indeed very wide. However, he didn't know that these 2 people were also very shocked that the Battle Emperor was able to recruit Yi Shiwen, who had been in the limelight recently. Yi Shiwen's recent reputation was too big, especially since he had killed Blood Empress Linglong. The news of Yi Shiwen killing Blood Empress Linglong had spread after those emperor-level creatures had fled in different directions. Many people didn't dare to believe it at first. It was a very big matter for an ordinary 9th level expert to die, not to mention a terrifying existence like Blood Empress Linglong. The 10 monarchs were terrifying experts who practically stood at the pinnacle of the imperial monarch realm. For such experts, besides dying naturally, the probability of them dying again was very low, and it was practically impossible. It was very rare to encounter such an occurrence in tens of millions of years. But now such a thing had happened. Yi Shiwen didn't surround or ambush him. He just killed him head-on. Such strength shocked many people. These rumors also mentioned that Blood Empress Linglong had been seriously injured before she was finally killed by him. However, everyone reckoned that Yi Shiwen had already far surpassed the strength of an ordinary peak sovereign emperor. Now that such a new and fierce expert had been invited, the Night Emperor might not be able to escape this time. As for the grudge between Yi Shiwen and the Night Emperor, they didn't know, especially when Yi Shiwen and the Night Emperor had just become enemies. In their eyes, although Yi Shiwen wasn't an ant, he was still insignificant. Therefore, they didn't know. Hence, they could only treat the Battle Thearcha's reputation as boundless. This kind of shady business of assassinating a top-notch expert wasn't something that just anyone would dare to accept. Because if they were not careful, they might completely form a death grudge with the Night Sovereign. If it wasn't for the fact that they owed the Battled Arch so many favors back then, they wouldn't have come here. Even though they belonged to 2 different factions and were natural enemies, experts of this level were no ordinary ants. So, killing them was no big deal. The Battled Arch had become a Tharch very early on. Thus, although he appeared to be very quiet and did not reveal anything, he actually had a very wide network of connections and foundations. The Tai Sage Emperor and the Qi Emperor were only 2 of them. In this regard, even Yi Shiwen was far inferior. Yi Shiwen also slightly released a part of his aura, lest these 2 people have any ideas that they shouldn't have. Sure enough, Both of them were shocked. With Yi Shiwen's current cultivation, he was infinitely close to the heavenly master level. Just a part of his aura was enough to make them hesitate in taking action. Moreover, they were all comrades in the same trench. Some ideas disappeared without a trace before they could form. Senior Battle Emperor, did you call us here because you already know that the Night Emperor will come here? The Qi Emperor had just arrived, but he asked bluntly. Yes, as far as we know, the Night Emperor will definitely appear here. At that time, you two will be responsible for stopping them. Don't let the Night Emperor escape. The Martial Emperor and I will personally take care of the rest, said the Battle Emperor directly. Obviously, his expectations for Yi Shiwen were far greater than his expectations for the Qi Emperor and the Tai Sage Emperor. Both of them nodded. They didn't have anything to say. After all, strength spoke in this world. They wouldn't have anything to say as long as Yi Shiwen displayed sufficient strength. Moreover, they weren't willing to stand on the front line and contend against a formidable opponent like the Yi Emperor. No problem. At that time, we will be responsible for sealing the surroundings. He will not have a chance to escape, said the Tai Sage Emperor directly. Well, in that case, let's hide first. I have already arranged a formation here. As long as we act carefully, even if the Night Emperor is next to us, he will not be able to find us, said the Battle Emperor. The three nodded. Then, like the Butterfly Emperor, they pinched a seal on the spot and disappeared on the spot. The Battle Emperor was also a good teacher. He pinched a seal, and his spiritual power surged up. Then, he disappeared on the spot without a trace. After Yi Shiwen entered the range of the formation, he did not waste any time. Instead, he continued his closed-door cultivation. Now he could enter the state of closed-door cultivation at any time, and strive to save every minute and every second. The great emperors looked at each other. At this moment, they seemed to understand a little how this person could improve to such an amazing level in such a short period of time. Apart from his numerous fortuitous encounters and his outstanding innate talent, this kind of painstaking cultivation attitude was also indispensable. Although they also practiced painstakingly, they couldn't use all of their time to practice at all times. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to improve to such a level. After a long time, about 10 days, the entire space began to shake violently. It began to shake like boiling water. At this moment, the entire space was like a picture that had been torn open by someone. Then a figure flew out. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly opened wide. Who else could this person be if not Yi Huang? After so many years, the Night Emperor's cultivation had become more profound, and his aura was even more unfathomable. However, compared to Yi Shiwen's improvement, it was not worth mentioning. In the past, Yi Shiwen only felt that the Night Emperor was unfathomable and unpredictable like the Heavenly Emperor. But now his strength was in Yi Shiwen's eyes. There were 3 Emperor-level creatures around the Night Emperor. Each of them was as big as a mountain and had an extremely valiant aura. However, in Yi Shiwen's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. They were only in the 4th realm and 5th realm. They were nothing at all. The prey has fallen into the trap. It's time to act. Chapter 32-98. The prey has fallen into the trap. It's time to act. Yi Shiwen said softly. Yi Huang didn't seem to notice anything and continued to advance. Around him, the mountain-like emperors were still chatting and laughing. They seemed to be very excited about the law crystals that were about to fall into their hands. They didn't know that they were about to die. And just at this moment, a gigantic hand covered the entire sky above the entire space. It then slapped down furiously, not giving Yi Huang and the others any chance of escaping at all. Yi Huang's expression changed slightly, and then a wave of the laws of darkness instantly erupted from his body. It actually formed a huge dark hand as well, and it completely enveloped the place where they stood. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and Yi Huang only felt the air trembling. The places that were not protected by his dark hand had already been completely crushed under the attack of this huge hand. Endless lava was spurting out, and it was like the scene of the end of the world. "Who is it? Come out." Yi Huang said with an extremely solemn expression. "Yi Huang, today is the day you die." Accompanied by a loud laughter, the Battle Emperor took a step forward and stared at Yi Huang. "The humiliation you brought to the Fortune God dynasty will be washed away with your blood today." Beside Yi Huang, Yi Shiwen and a few others also appeared one by one, almost faintly surrounding Yi Huang and the others. "The humiliation I brought to the Fortune God dynasty? Ha 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 ha, Battle Emperor. You're really loyal to the Fortune God dynasty. Even now, you still want to kill me." Yi Huang said with a cold smile, "What do you foreign creatures know? The Fortune God dynasty is the territory that the Fortune God dynasty conquered by the Fortune God monarch alone. We won't tolerate foreign creatures like you to be so presumptuous. Since you dare to be presumptuous, you should have known that this day would come," the Battle Emperor said coldly. The Battle Emperor's words made Yi Shiwen look at him in a different light. At this moment, he finally understood why the Battle Emperor wanted to kill Yi Huang, even though it was a little strenuous and unrewarding. The Battle Emperor's strength was not comparable to the current Yi Shiwen. Even if he wanted to kill Yi Huang, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. He would have to use his connections and resources to kill Yi Huang. It was too strenuous and unrewarding. Many years had passed since Yi Huang's defection. He had never seen any of the 10 great emperor monarchs so determined to kill Yi Huang. Now he understood everything. Perhaps he didn't understand that kind of feeling. The Battle Emperor had accompanied the Fortune Heavenly Lord to pacify the chaotic times and establish the territory of the Fortune God dynasty. He had witnessed the birth of the Fortune God dynasty with his own eyes. This kind of feeling wasn't something an outsider like Yi Shiwen could understand. Although the Fortune creation, Heavenly Monarch, had disappeared, the spirit he had left behind was still influencing the Battle Emperor and the other old officials who had followed him to quell the chaos. Humph, how foolish. Even the Fortune creation, Heavenly Monarch, is no longer here, yet you're still foolishly loyal. A look of disdain appeared on Yi Huang's face. In his opinion, such feelings were merely a form of blind loyalty. "Yi Huang, no matter what, you will not escape death today. Say no more." The battle Tharch hollered as his aura was released circle by circle. It was rising continuously, causing even the sky to change color. Almost the entire world was under his control. Before Yi Huang came, he had already refined the space for his own use. At this moment, his power had completely manifested. "Ha ha ha, Battle Emperor. Do you think you can kill me alone?" Yi Huang laughed loudly. Facing the Battle Emperor who had unleashed his strength, he was not afraid at all. "What if I join you? Yi Huang, didn't you say that not only would you kill me, but you would also exterminate the human race? Now, I will personally send you on your way." Yi Shiwen's figure emerged and stood in front of everyone. "Yi Shiwen, I still want to turn your bones into ashes and let you die without a burial place," Yi Huang said through gritted teeth. Because of Yi Shiwen, his favorite disciple, Tiger Emperor Gungjin, had fallen. Even for an existence like him, it was difficult to nurture an Emperor Lord level disciple. The Battle Emperor had been an emperor for countless years and had taught many disciples. However, only the Butterfly Emperor had succeeded in the end. It was obvious how difficult it was. Every Emperor Lord took a different path. Having an Emperor Lord level teacher would certainly give an unparalleled advantage in the early stages. However, later on it would be like shackles and restraints that would constantly be added to the body. It would become heavier and heavier, and eventually prevent him from achieving the Tao. This was because he would become more and more similar to his teacher and be influenced by his teacher's Tao. This Gung Metal Tiger Emperor had the potential to enter the 7th realm, but he had died at Yi Shiwen's hands. Naturally, he wanted to skin Yi Shiwen alive. Moreover, Because of Yi Shiwen, he had suffered a defeat in the Battle of Storm City. He had paid a huge price to lure the Battle Emperor away from his territory. In the end, all his efforts had gone to waste because of Yi Shiwen. This kind of hatred was truly a blood feud. However, I'm afraid you won't have the chance in the future. I will personally send you to hell, Yi Shiwen said coldly. When he looked at Yi Huang, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. Ha ha ha. Do the two of you really think that you can kill me? Yi Huang laughed loudly. Do you really think that I dared to come here without any preparation? Battle Emperor, I already know that you want to kill me. In the past tens of millions of years, you have organized more than 10 encirclements against me. Unfortunately, all of them failed. Do you think that I will let my guard down after entering the path of creation? Yi Huang laughed loudly. Do you think that I don't know what you are thinking? You found someone to calculate my whereabouts. How do you know that I am not also plotting against you? You want to kill me, but I also want to kill you, especially you, Yi Shiwen. I've heard about your affairs. It would have been beyond my expectations if the Battle Emperor hadn't found you. I knew that the two of you must have joined hands to secretly plot to kill me. So, how could I not have made any preparations? Yi Huang laughed out loud. His expression was a little arrogant, and there was also a little excitement and craziness. You don't have to talk big. Are you trying to scare us? That's impossible. No matter what, you must die today, Battle Emperor said coldly. Oh no, he is stalling for time. Yi Shiwen reacted instantly. He seemed to have understood Yi Huang's plan. So what if you understand? Don't even think of escaping today. You are not the only ones who have a plan. Yi Huang shouted coldly. At this moment, a figure appeared from the void. In an instant, it had already turned into a ball of light and pierced through Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen seemed to have suffered a serious injury. He directly exploded from the middle and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Who is this? How is this possible? Battle Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he did not dare to say that he had a 100% understanding of Yi Shiwen's strength, he was very clear that Yi Shiwen was probably stronger than him. Yi Shiwen was at the peak of the Emperor realm. How could such a person be pierced through and killed in an instant? Everyone else was also dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe it. What kind of joke was this? Although they had only felt the tip of the iceberg of Yi Shiwen's strength, they had already confirmed that it was extremely terrifying and powerful. How could he be killed in an instant? Immediately after, a silhouette wrapped in boundless lightning appeared before everyone. It was a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was extremely skinny and looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, no one dared to underestimate him. His body was covered in an extremely terrifying power. You are the Electric Lord. Battle Emperor almost immediately recognized the identity of the person who had come. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was not only the Battle Emperor. Everyone else also had the same feeling of wanting to suck in a breath of cold air. It was because they had already remembered the identity of the person who had come. Electric Lord, he is actually the Electric Lord. Didn't he die after failing to break through to the Heavenly Lord realm? He is actually still alive now. The Qi Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air as his body trembled. How could he not know of the Lightning Lord's fame? Although he had never seen the Lightning Lord in person, he knew that when he was still an ant that had yet to become a sovereign, the Lightning Lord was already a terrifying existence at the peak of the sovereign emperor realm. By the time he became an emperor, the Electric Lord had already disappeared and never appeared again. It was said that he had died after failing to break through to the Heavenly Lord realm. No one doubted the authenticity of this news because there was no need to. There were many people who died while trying to break through to the Heavenly Lord realm. The Electric Lord was not the only one. It was just like when a quasi-emperor tried to break through to the Emperor realm. Even those extraordinary peak quasi-emperors who were favored by the heavens could not succeed in breaking through to the heavenly Lord realm. Therefore, many people who had reached the peak of the Emperor Lord did not dare to act rashly without confidence. Among them was an existence like the battled arch. He had been a peak Emperor Lord for many years, but he had never tried to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. Therefore, it could be said that if one wanted to break through to the heavenly Lord realm, it was either success or death. And now they saw the electric Lord again. This meant that he was actually not dead. There was no need to say how terrifying this was. Just thinking about it made their hair stand on end. Even the arch, wasn't any different. He felt a boundless power crushing over. It was absolute suppression. Chapter 30, 299. It was obvious that although Electric Lord had failed to break through to the legendary Supreme Heavenly Venerate, this failure had left him a very rich fortune. The most obvious point was that although his strength had yet to break through to the Heavenly Venerate realm, he had already surpassed ordinary peak Emperor Lords. This was something that the battled arch could clearly sense. He wasn't even afraid of the 10 great thearchs. In fact, he could even slightly suppress them. However, he felt an unprecedented and terrifying suppression from the Electricity Lord, which was even greater than his own. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? Yi Huang laughed heartily. Battle Emperor, you've been scheming all day to kill me, but you didn't expect that your scheme was already within my calculations. Senior Electric Lord, if you kill him today, I won't take a single cent from him. Everything is yours. Yi Huang looked at Electric Lord and said, if it was an ordinary Emperor Monarch, he wouldn't be worthy of me taking action. But Battle Emperor is different. Battle Emperor, you have followed the Fortune Heavenly Monarch to battle everywhere, and you are the Fortune Divine Dynasty's most loyal thug. You are also the most ferocious lackey. Who knows how many foreign domain emperors you have killed? Let me end your legend today. Damn it! The Battle Emperor couldn't help but curse inwardly. I'll hold them back. You guys leave quickly. The Battle Emperor made a prompt decision almost immediately. If there was only Yi Huang, he could at most suppress him, but it would be very difficult to kill him. Not to mention, there was still a terrifying existence like Electric Lord. He was very clear that reaching his current level was almost the limit of an Emperor Lord. To break through to the same level as Electric Lord, as far as he knew, it was impossible to achieve it using ordinary methods. In other words, one would probably have to die once and fail to break through to the Heavenly Venerate realm in order to reach such a level. However, the probability of that happening was far too low. It could almost be said to be non-existent. Even for a powerful existence like Electrolux. Why did he fake his death for such a long time after failing to transcend the tribulation? Perhaps it was because he was recuperating from his injuries. He hadn't come out for so many years, and he was probably recuperating. Although this method existed, it wasn't a reliable one. It was precisely because of this that Electro Lord's strength had risen to such a level after recovering from his injuries. He could see it very clearly. It was precisely because of this that he understood that he couldn't contend against the Lightning Lord. He could still put up a fight, but the others weren't a match for him at all. You want to leave? Ha 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 ha. Since I'm here, none of you can leave. It's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth, because none of you are faster than me. The Electricity Lord said confidently. Apart from being extremely powerful, the lightning laws that he cultivated were also extremely fast. At the same time, he had an unimaginable resistance to heavenly tribulations. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive after failing to pass the heavenly tribulation to become a heavenly venerate. Don't listen to him. Let's go. The battle arch roared as the nomological laws on his body were released. It was unknown if there were millions of them or tens of millions of them, but they were as large as a river. His powers were raised to the pinnacle. Opposite him, Yi Huang couldn't help but look extremely solemn because he realized that the battle Thearka's strength was indeed above his own. For so many years, the battled arch had been invincible. However, Yi Huang was also ranked in the 9th realm, so he didn't think that he was inferior to the battled arch. However, an expert's strength could be seen the moment he made a move. The battled arch was indeed stronger than him. However, all of this was useless. The battled arch could still suppress him, but this was nothing in front of the Electro Lord. The nomological laws behind the battle, the arch began to burn fiercely like a long burning river, manifesting an unparalleled power and aura. He was the battled arch, and he had become an emperor countless years ago. Many people even vaguely called him the #1 emperor. How could such a title be undeserved? The emperor-level entities beside Yi Huang immediately felt a powerful deterrent force, which made them feel as if the battled arch alone could wipe out all of them. The slightest movement could cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Humph! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The Electro Lord snorted coldly and stood with his hands behind his back. He released his entire aura, and in an instant the sky and earth turned into a huge thunder pool. Endless thunder and lightning flickered in it, and any one of the thunder dragons could severely injure an ordinary emperor. His strength was simply immeasurable. This was the great benefit one would obtain after breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm without dying. The butterfly sovereign could already feel the intense suppression in such an environment. It was as if the scene of his heavenly tribulation transcendence had reappeared. The electrifying lord had simulated and even surpassed the terrifying scene of the butterfly sovereign's heavenly tribulation transcendence. Under the ravaging of these thunder dragons, the power released by the battled arch was quickly suppressed back to a radius of 150 miles. This had already touched the core of his defense. I will stop them. You guys leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to leave. The battled arch shouted. Master, if we leave, how are you going to deal with them alone? The butterfly sovereign asked hurriedly. The Electro Lord isn't the kind of person you previously thought he was. You guys won't be of any use if you stay. The battled arch said sternly. TSK, battled arch, you really know me well. Since your disciple wants to die, I will start with you. The lightning lord cackled strangely. However, just as he finished speaking, his figure actually disappeared from the sky. It turned out that it was just a lightning clone. He had played this trick in front of everyone, but no one had been able to see through it. Boom! When he appeared again, he was actually in front of the butterfly sovereign. Even with the butterfly sovereign's strength, it seemed as if she had no reaction at all, allowing the Electro Lord's lightning hand to grab her. Ha ha ha! Let's kill this little butterfly first. The Electro Lord laughed heartily, as if he could already see the butterfly sovereign being crushed by his big hand. In fact, this was indeed the case. His speed was just too fast as lightning. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of the butterfly sovereign, and even the battled arch couldn't stop him in time. Although the battled arch had been fully prepared, he hadn't expected the Electro Lord to make a move just like that. Furthermore, he had attacked a junior without any grace. Swoosh! The battle Thearka's figure had also disappeared from his position. He used the speed law to its extreme and tore the space apart almost instantly as he rushed in front of the butterfly sovereign. The big hand was getting closer and closer, and the butterfly sovereign finally reacted at this moment. Suddenly, millions of rainbow-colored butterflies condensed on her body, and all sorts of monarch butterflies appeared. Each of these monarch butterflies had the terrifying power to destroy a star. All of them flew out to protect the butterfly sovereign. Although she was merely a junior in front of the Electro Lord and the battled arch, and looked like she couldn't withstand a single blow, in reality, she was still a domineering Emperor Lord after all. How could she not be able to retaliate? When this giant hand reached over, these monarch butterflies that had been raised at an unknown price all began to explode. The power of each explosion was unimaginably huge, let alone when there were millions of rainbow monarch butterflies exploding at the same time. The frenzied waves of the explosions almost overturned the entire space. This big lightning hand was broken by the continuous explosions of the monarch butterflies. But even so, it wasn't completely destroyed. The difference in their skills was clear at a glance. The Butterfly Sovereign had just entered the Emperor Lord realm, but the Electro Lord was already at the pinnacle of this realm. However, this series of explosions finally bought the Butterfly Sovereign some crucial time. The Butterfly Sovereign finally avoided the fatal blow, but she didn't manage to avoid this attack completely. Bam! The Butterfly Sovereign groaned on the spot. Half of her physical body was crushed by the big lightning hand and turned into a blood mist that filled the sky. The remaining part was blasted tens of thousands of miles away. At this moment, she finally understood what her master had said earlier. The Electro Lord was completely different from the peak-level Emperor Lord that they had imagined. They were in the same realm, but they seemed to be two completely different existences. Just as the Electro Lord wanted to pursue further, the Battled Arch had already arrived. He didn't have the chance to attack further. Although the Battled Arch wasn't as powerful as the Electro Lord, he wasn't like the Butterfly Sovereign, who could be easily manipulated. What a pity! I was so close to killing him. The Electro Lord's look of pity made the Battled Arch gnash his teeth in hatred. But he's really weak. He's about to die just like that. The Electro Lord looked at the Butterfly Sovereign in the distance. The Butterfly Sovereign didn't reassemble her physical body immediately as she was seriously injured. Even an Emperor Lord's recovery ability couldn't recover completely. On the other side, the Chi Emperor and the Emperor Lord were completely on their guard. No matter how weak the Butterfly Sovereign was, they wouldn't be able to beat the Butterfly Sovereign to such a state if they were in her shoes. The Electro Lord had probably touched the threshold of the heavenly Venerate realm. Although he hadn't crossed it, it made no difference to them. They originally wanted to leave, but after this delay it was too late. The Night Emperor and the other Emperor-class creatures had already surrounded them. At this time, it was too late even if they wanted to escape. Since we can't escape, let's fight them. The aura of the Chi Emperor and the Emperor Lord erupted at the same time. They were definitely not ordinary people since they could cultivate to this level, and they didn't lack the courage to fight to the death. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 300. The battle between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The battle Thearcha's expression was incomparably grave. He had originally planned to ambush Yi Huang, but who would have thought that things would turn out like this, and he would be the one being ambushed by Yi Huang? For ordinary people, even if there were one or two more experts of the same level as the 10 monarchs, the Battled Arch was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed. However, it just so happened that this Electric Lord had escaped death. Even the Battled Arch was not a match for Electric Lord. Just now, the Chi Emperor and the others had hesitated, and now they couldn't even find a chance to break out of the encirclement. I have to find a way to break through and break their defensive circle. The Battled Arch roared, and the moment he made his move, Battle Chi swept across the sky, turning into a terrifying battlefield, and directly bombarded towards Electric Lord. At the same time, the Battled Arch opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Essence Chi. This Essence Chi turned into a majestic army of cavalry that covered the sky, and they bombarded towards Electric Lord. In an instant, the entire space was shaking, and under the attack of the cavalry that covered the sky, it was completely shaking. These cavalry converged into a torrent, forming a triangle, and their target was Electric Lord. Good. Cavalry conquering the heavens. Electric Lord laughed heartily and said, I have long heard of your prowess, but we have never exchanged blows before. Now is the right time to test the extent of my strength. You, who is known as the #1 monarch, can actually withstand a few of my moves. The Lightning Lord's expression remained the same. He did not take such an attack to heart at all. Above his head, a picture scroll actually appeared. The entire picture scroll was formed from lightning. It was extremely mysterious and carried an incomparably majestic aura. As it moved against the wind, with a slight movement, it formed a terrifying lightning dragon. Tens of thousands of them wove into a densely packed net in the sky, and then in an instant it surrounded the cavalry that was charging over. When these countless electric dragons charged at the cavalry, they were instantly blasted apart. This force was extremely tyrannical. Both of them were more terrifying than the other, and each was more tyrannical than the other. The battled arch was very strong, but compared to him, Electric Lord's strength was only stronger, but not weaker. The two's clash nearly turned the entire space into dust. If not for everyone here being sovereign emperors, just the shock waves would have severely injured them. The battle Thearchus' strength was at the Electric Lord's level, and the battled arch was already giving it his all. However, the Electric Lord seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll as he blocked the battle Thearchus' attacks. Some inexplicable great Tao faintly appeared on the Electric Lord's body, and it even touched upon the Heavenly Venerate's great Tao. It shouldn't be something that the arch should be able to come into contact with. However, the Electric Lord, who had failed his tribulation, could already come into contact with it. Hence, his combat strength was far superior to that of an ordinary peak-staged arch. Battle Emperor, this is as far as your strength goes. What a pity. I still wanted to find an opponent to stimulate me further and step into the Celestial Lord realm. But you have disappointed me. This was also the main reason why he had agreed to the Knight Emperor's request. It was a pity that the battled arch had disappointed him. He still didn't have such an opponent. Cut the crap, let's fight. The arch didn't want to talk nonsense with him. A long spear had already appeared in his hand. The long spear was mottled and had traces of time engraved on it. It was unknown when it had been forged. The long spear kept striking. It could be said that it was fast to the extreme, and it was ingenious to the extreme. The spear technique was displayed to the extreme. However, he was facing an existence that already had 1 foot in the Celestial Lord realm. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless in front of the Electric Lord. It was difficult to pose a fundamental threat to the Electric Lord. Ha ha ha, Senior Electric Lord, please delay the battled arch. I will deal with the Chi Emperor and the others. The Knight Emperor laughed heartily. He flew out and flew towards the Chi Emperor and the Butterfly Arch. The other Emperor-level entities split into 4 sides and didn't dare to participate in the battle. Even the weakest among them, the Tai Saint Emperor and the Chi Emperor, were at the peak of the 9th realm. They couldn't deal with them at all. The Chi Emperor and the Tai Saint Emperor looked at each other, and the two of them tacitly protected the Butterfly Arch behind them. At this time, they also had to wait for the Butterfly Arch to recover. It was equivalent to having an additional combat power. This way, their chances of survival would be the highest. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding as they attacked the Knight Emperor from the left and the right. Tai palm print. The Tai Saint Emperor directly formed a huge palm print and smashed it in the direction of the Knight Emperor. This palm print grew bigger and bigger until it almost covered the sky. At the same time, the Chi Emperor finally made his move. He directly formed a sky full of air waves. These air waves were not the kind that had no offensive power. Instead, each particle of the air waves was terrifying divine chi that could crush a star. This was the fundamental power that the Chi Emperor had cultivated for many years. Obviously, he also knew that if he didn't go all out in this battle, he would probably have no future. Come. Both of you come at me together. I will suppress both of you together. Yi Huang laughed loudly. Wherever he passed, the sky and the earth became extremely dark. It was as if the sky and the earth were dyed with a layer of black. Following that, the dark night quickly twisted and spun, fusing into his fist and completely releasing itself. Boom! The Tai palm print and the endless air waves were also shattered by this punch. They could not get close to Yi Huang at all. On the contrary, when Yi Huang's fist strength spread out, it forced the two of them to hurriedly retreat and defend themselves so that they could vent the strength of the qi. Yi Huang took a step forward and directly rushed forward. He did not give the two of them a chance to breathe. With only the strength of one person, he suppressed the two of them to the point that they could not even raise their heads. Suddenly, the battlefield was divided into two sides. No matter which side, Yi Huang and the others had the upper hand. This made the Qi Emperor and the others even more anxious and desperate. Their state of mind could be said to be indomitable. Even in the most dangerous situation, it was impossible for them to have any feelings of despair. However, they had not yet entered the most desperate situation, but they already had such feelings. The deterrence that the Electric Lord gave them was too great. In their opinion, even the unimaginably tyrannical martial emperor Yi Shiwen was killed in a second, let alone them. In such a situation, it was inevitable that they would have a feeling of despair. It also made them unable to exert their full strength and be crushed by Yi Huang. They also understood this principle. They quickly restrained their feelings and then attacked with all their strength. Even if they died, they would drag Yi Huang down from his horse. Butterfly Sovereign quickly recovered. However, the serious injury that she had suffered previously was too serious. Even her body had only recovered by half. Could it be that the heavens want me dead? At this moment, even Butterfly Sovereign could not help but have such a thought. Battle Emperor, today is the day you die. No one can save you. Yi Huang laughed wildly. For many years, Battle Emperor had been trying to get rid of him. It could be said that Yi Huang was a big threat to him. Now he could finally get rid of this big threat. Humph, Yi Huang, take care of yourself first. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from afar. A silhouette appeared in the sky. In an instant, the silhouette transformed into 3,000 martial paths. They flew through the sky in a grandiose manner, chasing after the Emperor-level creatures. Those Emperor-level creatures were originally divided into 4 directions to prevent Battle Emperor and the others from escaping. They did not expect the attack to come from the periphery. At this moment, they were completely unprepared. They were surrounded by the 3,000 martial artists and were killed one after another. All of this happened too suddenly. In just a short moment, these majestic and domineering emperor-class life forms had actually been beheaded. This is Taoist martial emperor. Butterfly Sovereign shouted in surprise. He had never felt that the hope of survival was right in front of him. In front of everyone, a figure slowly appeared. Who else could it be but Yi Shiwen? Taoist martial emperor, it's great that you're all right. Battle Emperor was extremely excited when he saw that Yi Shiwen was fine. Yi Shiwen's appearance at this time was undoubtedly a boost to their morale as they were gradually falling into a disadvantageous situation. Ha ha ha, of course I'm fine. How could such a small attack kill me? Yi Shiwen laughed and said. In fact, the sudden attack just now had shocked him. However, it was impossible to kill him in an instant. He looked at Electric Lord. Electric Lord's strength was extremely tyrannical. He was the most tyrannical emperor Yi Shiwen had ever met. Electric Lord was even more powerful than Battle Emperor. For Yi Shiwen, he was a qualified opponent. Taoist martial emperor, please wait for a moment. I'll help you after I kill Night Emperor. Yi Shiwen said after some consideration. He had already decided to kill Night Emperor first. After that, Electric Lord would not be able to escape. No problem. Go ahead and kill Night Emperor. Leave this to me. The Battle Emperor's morale soared when he saw that Yi Shiwen was fine. He attacked with all his might to stop the Electric Lord. This time, not only did he have to survive, but he also had to kill the Night Emperor and the Electric Lord. Taoist martial emperor, it's great that you're all right. Tai Saint Emperor and Qi Emperor's faces were also filled with joy. Without fighting with Yi Huang, it was impossible for them to truly understand how terrifying he was. He was a peak-level, 9th-level Imperial Emperor, a peerless existence. You two go and help Taoist Martial Emperor. Leave this to me. Watch me kill him. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily and took a step forward. The demon wings behind him suddenly spread open, and then he pounced towards the Night Emperor. That imposing manner almost overturned the entire sky. Yi Shiwen, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can kill me alone? Night Emperor roared and pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Chapter 3301. Yi Huang naturally knew how powerful Yi Shiwen was. Previously, Yi Shiwen had consecutively killed 2 of the 10 great emperors. However, he didn't believe that Yi Shiwen could completely crush him. He didn't need to do much. All he needed to do was stall Yi Shiwen. After Electrocute Lord killed the Battle Emperor, Yi Shiwen would also die. In order to invite Electrocute Lord, he had paid a huge price. Naturally, he had great confidence in Electrocute Lord. Frog in a well. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. How troublesome. If I wasn't afraid that you would run away, I would have gone to kill Electrocute Lord first. Only he is worthy to be my opponent now. Arrogant fool. Yi Huang couldn't help but be furious when he saw that Yi Shiwen didn't take him seriously. Normally, he wouldn't be angry because of such words. However, it was completely different in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was an ant that he could trample to death at any time. Now, Yi Shiwen wanted to be above him. How could he accept this? He flipped his hand and a dark luster appeared. Yes, a dark luster. The entire sky was filled with this luster. He had already practiced the law of darkness to the extreme. He could reflect the luster. The aura of the night was emitted like a surging tide. There were tens of millions of these dark laws, and they swept up thoroughly, transforming into a shocking giant that covered Yi Shiwen. Yi Huang's attack speed was very fast. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. It was just a moment of effort. It was unknown when a sword light had appeared in his hand. It was unknown how many sword techniques were contained in this sword light. Almost every minute and every second, a new sword technique would be formed. It was ever-changing and impossible to grasp. Wherever the sword light passed, the Night Emperor's attacks would recede like a receding tide. It should be said that he had been utterly defeated. He had been utterly defeated. Yi Shiwen didn't need any special means now. He might have needed all kinds of means to defeat and kill Yi Huang in the past. Now he alone had the ability to destroy the world with his sword. So strong. Yi Huang instantly felt the sharpness of the sword light approaching him. It pierced his cheeks and made him feel pain. He immediately felt Yi Shiwen's strength. It was just a simple sword light, but it made him feel as if there was a dagger on his back. Yi Shiwen hadn't used his trump card yet. He was taken aback and retreated again and again. There were thousands of rumors, but none of them were as shocking as the one he had seen with his own eyes. His attacks collapsed in front of Yi Shiwen and splashed out with great power. Whoosh! Another sword strike was unleashed. The sword light was as bright as snow, and one sword light could chill the 14 provinces. The cold air that was forced out by the sword light filled the world, as if it had turned into a kingdom of the way of the sword. In this place, everything else was inferior, and only the sword was superior. This sword ray split into thousands and thousands of sword rays, like a white rainbow crossing the sky, interweaving into a huge net in the sky. The Night Monarch retreated and finally stabilized himself. He was not a pushover. He was once one of the 10 great monarchs. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to the Eagle Horn Monarch and Blood Empress Linglong. As soon as he regained his footing, he immediately counterattacked. His eyes suddenly opened, and the aura around his body suddenly increased. Compared to his previous aura, his aura had increased by a few levels. The word Yi appeared above his head, and this word was constantly rotating and integrated into his body. Then, a dark halo burst out from his body and spread out in circles. It actually forced Yi Shiwen's sword ray away. On the contrary, he launched a counterattack. He suddenly grabbed out with his big hand, and it turned into a huge handprint. It slapped down, and it seemed as if it wanted to overturn the world. Cracks appeared in the sky almost immediately. One could well imagine the power of this big handprint. However, Yi Shiwen was still the same. His expression was still indifferent, and he just took a step forward. In an instant, the dark air that had pounced on him directly dissipated. Then he thrust his sword again. The sword ray was ever-changing and transformed into thousands and thousands of kinds of power. Then, the sword blasted on the big black handprint. Bang! The big black handprint was instantly destroyed, and Yi Shiwen's sword ray didn't lose its momentum. It seemed as if it had penetrated the seal of the entire sky. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Huang retreated again and again, and used all his strength to barely avoid the sword ray. But his whole arm was constantly bleeding, and every drop of blood pierced a hole in the sky. In the first exchange, he suffered a big loss. He was able to suppress the Tai East Saint Emperor and the Qi Emperor without any difficulty and even with ease. But when facing Yi Shiwen, he suffered a big loss in the first exchange. If he hadn't dodged in time, he wouldn't have suffered such a small injury. His whole body might have been cut in half. Only at this level. You can't escape death today. Yi Shiwen shouted and took a step forward. The sword light in his hand shone brightly and pressed forward. The sword slashed through all of the Night Emperor's defenses. How can I let you do as you wish? All of a sudden, Yi Huang's spiritual power skyrocketed. He didn't seem like a living person, but like a legendary ghost god. The power of the entire world was projected on his body, and the will of thousands of worlds were added to his body, and he could use it. At this moment, he was the only monarch in the world, the only overlord. Everything that the black light shone on seemed to sink into the endless curtain of night. Yi Huang stretched out his big handprint and crushed Yi Shiwen's sword ray. Then a long saber appeared in his hand, and he counterattacked. Taoist martial emperor, be careful! That's the night beheading saber, the night beheading saber! The Qi emperor hurriedly warned. Compared to the electric lord who had faked his death, the two of them had a deeper understanding of Yi Huang. One should know that Yi Huang was one of the 10 great emperors of the Fortune God dynasty. Many of his unique skills and Tao tools were well known. It's fine. Yi Shiwen didn't take his threat seriously. He stepped forward again, and then caught the long saber with his bare hands. Ha ha ha! You dare to catch my long saber with your bare hands? You're courting death. Yi Huang laughed loudly, as if he could see Shiwen's palm being cut in half by his night beheading saber. Clang! A loud sound of metal colliding resounded. However, things weren't as good as Yi Huang had imagined. His long saber fell on Yi Shiwen's hand, but it didn't slash Yi Shiwen into 2 halves as he had imagined. On the contrary, after slashing on Yi Shiwen's hand, his saber couldn't move an inch forward anymore after creating a sky full of sparks. What? Yi Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, but the others also couldn't believe it. As a top Tao tool, the night beheading saber couldn't break through Yi Shiwen's defense. This was simply a miracle. Not everyone could do this. Otherwise, who would spend so much effort to refine Tao tools? It was precisely because Tao tools could unleash power far beyond what it should have when complemented with its master. Isn't it a little too late to be surprised now? Yi Shiwen only sneered at this moment. Then he suddenly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. The power of 6 paths of reincarnation formed a trajectory, cutting through the night sky like falling meteors and directly blasting towards Yi Huang. Yi Huang didn't expect Yi Shiwen to catch this saber with his bare hands, so he wasn't prepared at all. Although he tried his best to dodge, His chest was still hit by Yi Shiwen's fist. All the Dark Knight defense was completely shattered in an instant, and his entire body was sent flying. Puff! Yi Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Golden Emperor's blood scattered everywhere. Just this punch had seriously injured him. There was a huge hole in his chest, and it looked extremely horrifying from afar. Without waiting for Yi Huang to react, Yi Shiwen's figure had already appeared in front of Yi Huang. Clang! The sound of a long sword being unsheathed was heard. The sword radiance cut through the sky like a waterfall. He didn't even need any fancy techniques. Just a simple sword technique was enough to defeat everyone in the world. Bang! Yi Huang tried his best to resist, but it was useless. His speed wasn't as fast as Yi Shiwen, but at the same time his strength and skill were far inferior to Yi Shiwen's. In such a head-on collision, he was naturally at a disadvantage, and was beaten up by Yi Shiwen in various ways. Yi Huang took Yi Shiwen's sword head-on, and his long saber couldn't protect his body in time. And the result of all this was that Yi Huang's body was densely covered with all kinds of cracks. In just a moment, the cracks densely covered his body, and every crack was oozing horrifying blood. Roar! Yi Huang roared, and all the power of darkness in his body erupted in an instant, forming a terrifying frenzy. With his knight slashing saber as the leader, it turned into a powerful attack and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. As for himself, he directly turned around and fled. Up until now, although the number of exchanges between the two of them was limited, it didn't stop him from coming to the conclusion that he was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. He didn't dare to stay here for long, and quickly retreated, turned around and fled. He gave his all just to win such a moment to escape. However, Yi Shiwen had been staring at Yi Huang, so how could he let him escape? Yi Shiwen immediately laughed loudly, took a step forward, and suddenly slashed down with his sword. Bang! The sword radiance swept across Yi Huang's body, and suddenly there was another loud bang. Yi Huang's indestructible body actually shattered, and directly turned into a sky full of blood rain. Every drop of blood sprinkled into the sky. Chapter 3302. Yi Huang was killed when he was caught off guard. He certainly didn't expect to be defeated so quickly. His spirit was shattered by Yi Shiwen's sword light, so it was impossible for him to resurrect. Compared to killing Eagle Emperor and Blood Empress Linglong, killing Yi Huang now was much easier. In just a few moves, Yi Huang, who was one of the top 10 martial emperors, had died under his sword. Yi Huang, who made everyone tremble with fear, had died under his sword. Ever since Yi Huang had rebelled, there had been countless people who wanted to kill him. However, no one had been able to do it. But now Yi Shiwen did it. Butterfly Emperor, who was healing, Qi Emperor, and Tai Emperor, who wanted to help, were completely stunned. They originally wanted to help hold Yi Huang back, but now it seemed that they didn't need to. Yi Shiwen killed Yi Huang in just a few moves. Just thinking about this kind of strength made people feel terrified. I'm afraid that from today onwards, the title of the #1 sovereign monarch under the heavens will change to someone else. If that old fart lightning monarch dies, the Qi Emperor said with mixed emotions in his heart. Judging from the strength that Yi Shiwen had displayed, it was obvious that he had already surpassed the Battle Emperor. If the Battle Emperor had such a cultivation, why would he need to call them over? If it was Yi Shiwen, as long as he knew the location of the Night Emperor, he could kill his way to the Night Emperor's door on the spot and kill him forcefully. There was no need for any overt plots or conspiracies. This was because, in the face of absolute strength, any kind of conspiracy or overt plot would be absolutely useless. But now there was Electric Lord, an older emperor who had tried to reach the Heavenly Master Realm and didn't die. Otherwise, they could almost say that Yi Shiwen was the world's #1 emperor, the #1 among the emperors, and probably not far from the Heavenly Master Realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between the Battle Emperor and the Electrifying Lord had also entered a white-hot stage. It should be said that the Electrifying Lord had finally started to take the Battle Emperor seriously. However, the Battle Emperor had been faintly known as the #1 ruler in the world for so many years. Although it was a little unrealistic in terms of foundation, he wasn't inferior at all. In order to delay the Electric Lord's footsteps, and by enough time for Yi Shiwen, he had also gone all out. He had ignited his own origin in order to stop the Electric Lord's footsteps. Moreover, the Electric Lord had also been completely obstructed by this crazy obstruction. However, their desperate struggle only lasted for a short period of time because Yi Shiwen had already achieved victory at this time. The Night Emperor was beheaded. On the side of the alien creatures, apart from the Electro Lord, there was no one left. All of them had died at Yi Shiwen's hands. Ha ha ha, Martial Emperor fellow, well done! The Battle Emperor couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw that Yi Shiwen had killed the Night Emperor. To him, there was no better news than this. The Night Sovereign had wreaked havoc for many years, and it wasn't the first time that Huang Xiaolong had wanted to kill the Night Sovereign, but he had never been able to do so. In a sense, the Night Sovereign, who was constantly seeking revenge against the Fortune Divine dynasty, was much less of a threat to Huang Xiaolong compared to the Lightning Lord. Now that his wish had finally been fulfilled, all that was left to do was to repel Electro Lord. In his opinion, it was already an extremely difficult task to repel Electro Lord. As for killing Electro Lord, he didn't even think about it. Damn it, it's actually like this. How could Electro Lord not know that Yi Shiwen was also a very troublesome and terrifying existence when he saw that the Night Sovereign had been killed in a few moves? He hadn't even finished off one of them, and another one had popped up. It could be said that the situation was extremely troublesome. Battle Emperor, get out of the way first. Watch me kill him. Yi Shiwen burst into laughter and charged into the fray. It was still the same words, but at this time his words didn't sound like they were boasting or encouraging. Instead, they sounded like a very certain prophecy. He charged into the fray, and the Avicii sword appeared in his hand. He immediately slashed out. The sword light contained thousands of transformations, and each transformation could extend into many more transformations. Such a technique could be said to be incomparably astonishing. You stabbed me just now. Now, I'm going to send you to hell too. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly, and the sword light in his hand slashed down at the Lightning Lord at lightning speed. The Lightning Lord's reaction speed was indeed extremely fast. He cultivated the Tao of Thunder, and this Tao of Thunder was naturally fast to the extreme. Clang! The Lightning Lord's speed was very fast. He wanted to avoid this attack, but Yi Shiwen's speed wasn't slow in the slightest. He wasn't inferior to the Lightning Lord, who cultivated the Tao of Thunder and the Law of Thunder. Yi Shiwen directly pressed forward and didn't give the Lightning Lord any chance to escape. In an instant, all of the Lightning Lord's escape routes were blocked, and he wanted to trap and kill him. Under such circumstances, the Lightning Lord had no other choice. He could only grab a lightning spear and collide fiercely with Yi Shiwen. A loud boom exploded. In particular, the spear in the Lightning Lord's hand released a frightening power of thunder. It was like a long dragon that rolled out. However, these attacks didn't have any effect on Yi Shiwen's body. In fact, they couldn't even make him retreat a little. Thump, thump, thump. Both sides retreated a few steps. This attack seemed to be evenly matched. The Lightning Lord retreated 7 steps, while Yi Shiwen retreated 6 steps. He was slightly superior. This Martial Emperor is actually evenly matched with the Lightning Lord. This world is really crazy. The Tai Saint Emperor couldn't help but say, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. They were both Emperor Lords, but the Butterfly Sovereign was almost killed the moment she touched the Lightning Lord. However, Yi Shiwen was actually able to fight against the Lightning Lord and not be at a disadvantage. This was already a miracle. What? It's not evenly matched. It's clearly Martial Emperor who has the upper hand. The Qi Emperor quickly said. He could see that Yi Shiwen had taken one step back and had the upper hand. In this kind of collision, even taking half a step back could represent a huge gap in strength. Not to mention, there was a gap of one step. The meaning of this was very obvious. Yes, it's really so. Martial Emperor has the upper hand. It's amazing. The Tai Yi Saint Emperor quickly said. He felt as if his worldview had been overturned. The Lightning Lord was at the peak of the ninth realm. He was an invincible figure who had tried to break through to the Heavenly Lord realm but failed. Among the Emperor Lords, it was difficult to find a match. However, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all and could even match him. This was already a miracle. Could it be that Martial Emperor is actually an old senior who failed to break through to the Heavenly Lord realm a long time ago? Otherwise, how could it be like this? The Qi Emperor said. Although both of them knew some of Yi Shiwen's background and knew that he was an outsider from the Myriad Heavens realm, they couldn't help but have such doubts in the face of such a situation. It was because all of this had completely subverted their understanding. Among them, the Battle Emperor was the most shocked because he knew very well that Yi Shiwen was not an old monster who failed to break through to the Heavenly Lord realm. Among these Emperor Lords, there was almost no one who dared to say that they were older than him and had a longer history than him. Even among the Heavenly Lords, there were not many who could be older than him. He didn't know any secrets, let alone when he first met Yi Shiwen. At that time, Yi Shiwen's strength was far inferior to today. It was simply incomparable. He had watched Yi Shiwen walk step by step until now, and it was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. After personally exchanging blows with the Electric Lord, he was well aware of how terrifying the Electric Lord was. Therefore, he simply couldn't accept it. The Qi Emperor and the Supreme Sage Emperor could still find a reason to doubt him, but he didn't even have such a reason. He could only forcefully swallow the shock brought by such an unforeseen event. However, he was immediately ecstatic. At this time, he couldn't care less about what kind of changes Yi Shiwen's strength would bring to the entire situation of the Fortune God dynasty, because that was too far away. For him, the most important thing was, of course, to find a way to deal with the Electric Lord, or even kill him. The fact that the Electric Lord was still alive didn't have much impact on the overall situation of the entire Fortune God dynasty. There was still the Supreme Heavenly Lord suppressing him from above. No matter how strong the Electric Lord was, he still hadn't stepped into the Heavenly Lord realm. But for the Battle Emperor, this was a huge matter. Killing the Electric Lord was equivalent to killing a major threat to the Fortune God dynasty, and also to cutting off future troubles for himself. Originally, he didn't dare to think about it, but now that Yi Shiwen had such strength, such a thought naturally popped up. After the Electric Lord stopped retreating, he immediately calmed down. The guy in front of him was far more powerful than he had initially thought. Only a little more powerful than the average 10 great Emperors was a laughable rumor. Could the average 10 great Emperors be so powerful? No wonder he could kill the Night Emperor in such a short time. Even if it were him, it would be impossible to accomplish such a feat in such a short time. With the Night Emperor's strength, it was impossible that he didn't have any trump cards, but he was still killed by Yi Shiwen. Such a person absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Swish! After the Electric Lord stabilized himself, he walked towards Yi Shiwen step by step and suddenly accelerated. In an instant, a thunderous roar sounded, and in an instant he had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. It was precisely because of the fear in his heart that he wanted to seize the initiative and gain the initiative. Otherwise, he would be under the control of others at every turn. Boom! At the same time, a myriad of terrifying martial auras were released from Yi Shiwen's body, and the laws manifested, turning into thick and sturdy ribbons that fluttered in the sky. Countless kinds of martial auras manifested on his body, and this was his great Tao. Facing the Electric Lord, he didn't underestimate him, but went all out. Chapter 3303. The strength of both of them had been completely released. Both of them had far surpassed the strength of a ninth realm sovereign lord. It could almost be said that they were already halfway into the heavenly master realm. How powerful their strength was completely reflected here. The electric lord had already shot out like lightning in an instant. He rushed in front of Yi Shiwen and launched an attack. Immediately it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down and the world was trembling. He casually stretched out his hand and filled the sky with lightning dragons. In just a moment's effort, they had already densely surrounded the sky. In the face of such a dense attack, Yi Shiwen was not the slightest bit anxious. Instead, he directly rushed forward and slashed down with his palm. In an instant, many lightning dragons were smashed. These attacks were directly smashed into pieces. After these densely packed lightning dragons were smashed into pieces, a figure leaped out from the sky. It was the electric lord. His figure was tall and majestic. He stood tall and straight like the only god in the world. Seeing that Yi Shiwen had casually smashed his attack, the electric lord was not the slightest bit moved. Almost in an instant, the next wave of attacks had already arrived. All heaven's thunderstorm. He roared and flipped his palm abruptly. An incomparably huge lightning source had already been flipped out. Yi Shiwen had also obtained some of this kind of lightning source before. However, it could not be compared to these in the electric lord's hands at all. The electric lord's strength was also far superior to any sovereign lord that Yi Shiwen had seen before. No one could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Every huge lightning source fell and exploded, causing the entire space to collapse. In the next second, it seemed as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Then, all of them fell on Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. The time robe appeared on his body, and a time domain appeared. It swept out circle after circle of time power, sweeping these thunderstorms into nothingness. They could not get close to him at all. However, on the other side, the Battle Emperor and the others were in trouble, especially the Butterfly Sovereign. His martial strength was originally the weakest. In addition, he had been seriously injured once. This time he could not resist at all. Just the aftermath of the explosion alone caused him to be seriously injured again. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of old blood, and then his entire body was sent flying. He directly spat out an unknown number of years of martial strength. It could be said that his vitality was greatly injured. The Battle Emperor hurriedly blasted away the aftermath of the explosion of the lightning source that was flying towards him while bringing the Butterfly Sovereign along. If it was just him, the aftermath of the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Electric Lord would not pose a fatal threat to him. However, the situation was completely different if he brought the Butterfly Sovereign along. The two were too strong. A casual aftermath of the battle could seriously injure or even kill an ordinary Sovereign Lord. That was the most terrifying thing of all. The Tai, Saint Emperor, and the Energy Emperor couldn't take it anymore and were forced to back up, unable to fight back. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid of such a terrifying attack at all. He didn't care if those thunderstorms kept falling like meteorites hitting the earth or the stars. He just took a step forward, and the sky became visible to him. He directly attacked and slashed down with his sword. The entire space was cleaved in half by this sword strike. Boundless chaos instantly poured out. The battle between the two had clearly surpassed the peak of a battle between ordinary sovereign emperors. Casually destroying space was just a piece of cake. The entire space was split into two halves by the sword. Endless chaos poured out instantly. The battle between the two had clearly surpassed the peak of an ordinary emperor-emperor's battle. Destroying space was just a piece of cake. However, Yi Shiwen's sword momentum did not decrease. The remaining part of the sword continued to fall. The Electric Lord retreated again and again, evading this attack. However, he was also incomparably shocked in his heart. He was deeply aware of the power of his thunderstorms. An ordinary Ninth Realm sovereign lord would die a tragic death after eating 2 of his thunderstorms. However, Yi Shiwen could freely shuttle through his continuous thunderstorms without suffering any injuries. This in itself was a very shocking thing. Such a method was almost beyond his imagination. He could have his current cultivation and strength because he did not die after breaking through to the Heavenly Master Realm. Although he did not succeed, he had already glimpsed a part of the Heavenly Master Realm, which was of great benefit to his own strength. However, for this he had paid a huge price. He had only just recovered from his injuries from a long time ago. That was why he had accepted the invitation of the Knight Emperor to deal with the Battle Emperor. However, who was this human Emperor? How could he be so powerful? It was impossible for him to be evenly matched with him after breaking through to the Heavenly Master Realm. He thought that he was the #1 Emperor in the world. However, he had underestimated the people of the world. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. However, such a sigh only lasted for a moment. Then he launched another attack. His body swayed slightly and disappeared in the sky. Roar! 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 However, he only heard a series of incomparably loud roars. Those lightning dragons seemed to have come to life. They were densely packed and everywhere. They formed a mighty army and swept towards Yi Shiwen. If an ordinary person encountered such a scene, they would probably be scared silly on the spot, let alone have any reaction. However, it was nothing to Yi Shiwen. He had often encountered such situations in the past. All kinds of great battles against the lightning creatures of the heavenly tribulation were nothing at all. Such a scene was nothing to him. However, he was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he opened his double pupils and looked in all directions. He wanted to catch the Electric Lord's figure first. He was very clear that these lightning dragons were under the Electric Lord's control. Under such circumstances, no matter how many lightning dragons he killed, it would not harm the Electric Lord's body. In this case, it would be very difficult to defeat the Electric Lord. Only by finding the Electric Lord's body would he be able to kill him completely. However, wherever Yi Shiwen's dual pupils passed, everything from the 33 heavens to the Netherworld Kingdom should have been within his line of sight. However, the Electric Lord had completely disappeared, as if he had gone to hide in a corner. Sneaky. Since you're not willing to come out, then I'll kill until you come out. I don't believe that you don't need to consume spiritual power to condense these lightning dragons. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. His footsteps changed slightly. He took a step forward, and the entire world shook. Space, time, and all the principles were shaken out. They couldn't maintain that subtle balance. So, they were forced to reveal themselves. Circles of ripples spread in all directions. The lightning dragons that chased after him were completely destroyed before they could even get close to Yi Shiwen. They could not get close to Yi Shiwen at all. He was like an invincible god of war as he directly charged into the midst of these lightning dragons. No matter how ferocious these lightning dragons were, they could not get close to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't know how many of these lightning dragons he had killed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above Yi Shiwen. He stood there like a god. There was no expression on his face. His entire body was surrounded by a lightning armor. This lightning armor wasn't ordinary. Every part of it was made up of countless lightning kingdoms of the god of lightning. It was unknown how many lightning kingdoms were contained in this lightning armor. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he seemed to have realized that it would be a little troublesome to deal with Yi Shiwen by relying on these lightning dragons alone. An incomparably huge pool appeared in his hand. Countless lightning powers were rolling in this pool, and in the center of this pool was a huge eye, the eye of sky punishment. Yi Shiwen immediately recognized it. He was very familiar with this eye. Wasn't this the eye of heavenly punishment formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation that he would encounter every time he enhanced his strength? He did not see the eye of sky punishment every time he crossed the heavenly tribulation. However, he had seen it many times, so he could not be more familiar with this power. However, compared to the eye of sky punishment in the pool before him, the few eyes of sky punishment that he had encountered during his previous tribulations simply paled in comparison. There was no comparison at all. You actually refined the power of the heavenly tribulation for your own use, Yi Shiwen said with narrowed eyes. He instinctively felt a terrifying threat from the eye of sky punishment in this pool. This power was no longer the power of the Electric Lord. It was the power of the heavens that he had borrowed. This was a power that belonged to the heavenly Tao. Even an emperor could not contend against it. Compared to the heavenly Tao, even an emperor was still very insignificant. At Yi Shiwen's level of cultivation, he would often feel the impermanence of the heavenly Tao and the power of heaven and earth. But now this power was actually being used by the Electric Lord. He was no longer himself. He was almost like the spokesperson of the heavenly tribulation. He had become the representative of the heavens, punishing all things and people that he disliked. This power was extremely terrifying. It had clearly surpassed that of an emperor. Clearly, it was one of the things he had obtained after failing to cross the heavenly tribulation. It was far from just a great improvement in strength, breaking through the shackles of a peak emperor, but also a trump card that could destroy the world. That's right. I've taken the eye of heavenly tribulation for my own use and completely refined it. No one can hide from the eye of heavenly tribulation, and no one can survive. It's utterly impossible for you to survive, said the Electric Lord with a hearty laugh. He had been preparing something like this just now. Now that he was finally ready, it was time for Yi Shiwen to die. This is indeed a good thing. However, what do you think you can do to me with just the eye of sky punishment? Said Yi Shiwen, not to be outdone. Chapter 3304. Is the eye of sky punishment not enough to deal with you? Although this isn't the complete version of the eye of sky tribulation, who under the heavenly venerate realm would dare say that they could withstand it, I might as well tell you a little more. The reason I was able to survive the heavenly tribulation was because I broke the eye of sky tribulation and weakened the heavenly tribulation. Do you know how much effort I spent to break it and subdue it? Now I finally have a use for it. Electro Lord sneered. The eye of sky punishment suddenly flew up from the thunder pool in his hand and seemed to merge with the entire space. The eye of sky punishment. The expressions of the Battle Emperor, Tai Yi Saint Emperor, and Qi Emperor changed immediately. They could already feel the terrifying aura of the eye of sky punishment. They had already reached the peak of the Emperor realm and could be said to be the best among the Emperor realm. The next step was to break through to the Celestial Master realm. The more it was like this, the more they could feel the existence of the heaven tribulation. They immediately seemed to be fixed by the eye of sky punishment. They did not even dare to move because they could faintly feel the existence of their heaven tribulation through the eye of sky punishment. If they were not careful, they could trigger the Celestial Master tribulation in advance. When that time came, they were afraid that they would really die. They were not prepared. Even the Battle Emperor, who had been preparing for countless years, was no exception. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the Celestial Master realm long ago. They did not dare to move as if they were restrained. There was no cultivator who was not afraid of the heaven tribulation because their cultivation was in defiance of the natural order. How could they not be afraid? They were like rebellious teenagers. No matter how rebellious they were, they did not dare to ignore the authority of their parents. On the contrary, the Butterfly Emperor was much more relaxed at this time. He did not feel as much pressure because he was still far from breaking through to the Celestial Master realm. Therefore, the heaven tribulation could not find him no matter what. Humph! Your strength is indeed very impressive. It is incredible that you could break through to this realm with your own comprehension ability without breaking through to the Celestial Master realm. However, you still have to die. Electro Lord snorted coldly. Suddenly, the eye of sky punishment began to blink. As he spoke, A terrifying pressure crushed down on them. The battled arch and the others all grunted as they instantly felt this terrifying pressure pressing down on them. They felt as if their bodies were bleeding profusely, and the nomological laws and the great Tao in their bodies were starting to show signs of breaking apart. The Lightning Lord was simply too powerful. Coupled with the support of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, he was practically invincible the moment he made a move. They could attempt to resist Electro Lord's power, but they couldn't resist the power of heaven and earth. Electro Lord had truly become a synonym for the heavenly Tao. Resisting him was the same as resisting heaven and earth. This was true destruction. He hadn't even made a move, but he had already unleashed the power of the Eye of Heaven Punishment to such a frightening extent. He didn't give the battled arch and the others any chance to catch their breath. At this time, Yi Shiwen could only support the overall situation by himself. He immediately took a step forward, and the power of time on his chrono robe began to spread. It actually began to contend against the power of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. His entire body was radiating with seven-colored light, and the divine kingdoms began to shine. Countless gods were chanting sutras, and together they constructed a supreme divine kingdom. Even if it's the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, it's simply impossible for me to yield. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly. He had also sensed his own heavenly tribulation through the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. It was simply boundlessly terrifying, and he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to pass through such a heavenly tribulation. However, that was all. Although the Eye of Heavenly Punishment could trigger his own heavenly tribulation, it was far from enough to defeat him with just this method. He had been able to cultivate to this extent, and it wasn't something that could be successfully achieved by relying on ordinary methods. Boom! Yi Shiwen's hands suddenly tore apart, bringing with it the boundless power of laws. He actually wanted to tear the Eye of Heavenly Punishment into two on the spot. The others were fearful, but he didn't have such thoughts. In his opinion, it was merely a form of training for him. Since it was only a form of training, he would tear apart all the training. How dare you? You actually dare to attack the heavenly tribulation. The Lightning Lord was both startled and furious. Yi Shiwen's audacity had simply exceeded his expectations. He was simply lawless, and he didn't care about the heavens at all. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. The Lightning Lord stood in the air and pinched a seal. The huge Eye of Heavenly Punishment began to spin like a yin and yang fish. Immediately after, a huge lightning hand suddenly grabbed out from within and ruthlessly grabbed at Yi Shiwen. It looked like a simple claw, but it contained a supreme claw technique. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and rushed out with a punch. The fist energy twisted like a spiral, and the huge claw was crushed into pieces on the spot. Is that all you've got? Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. The heavenly punishment is indeed terrifying, but this is all you've got. It's impossible for you to truly simulate the heavenly tribulation that belongs to a supreme heavenly Lord. You're still lacking if you want to kill me. Humph. The Lightning Lord didn't say anything. His eyes were like lightning, and his hands were constantly pinching seals. Immediately after, lightning attacks continuously flew out from the huge Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Each attack was more terrifying than the last. There were fist techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, and spear techniques. Every one of them could be said to be supreme martial arts. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but at this time all of them were deployed. Although it had been subdued by the Lightning Lord, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment was still the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. It possessed some of the abilities of the heavenly tribulation, and was able to capture the unique techniques of these supreme heroes from the long river of time. Once they were used, it would be at its peak state. The attacks of these martial Tao secret arts fell like a torrential downpour, as if they were free. No matter how strong you are, you can only resist one of them. Isn't there another that can restrain you? A sneer appeared on the Lightning Lord's face. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Yi Shiwen's tragic death. The Battle Emperor looked at this move in shock. This eye of heavenly punishment was indeed very impressive. It was simply inconceivable that a human could actually refine the heavenly punishment for his own use. This method was completely against the natural order. With this kind of thinking and this kind of method, it was no wonder that the Lightning Lord was able to break through to the Heavenly Lord realm without dying. This was already not something that an ordinary person could achieve. The martial arts that filled the sky fell like a downpour. Although he didn't dare to say that he could recognize all of them, it could be said that he could at least recognize more than half of them. Each was more magnificent than the last, and each was more powerful than the last. They were all the unique techniques of the supreme experts that had shaken the world in the past. No one knew how many sovereign emperors had appeared over the long period of time, and most of these sovereign emperors' ultimate arts had been lost in the long river of time. He had only seen some of them once before they were completely lost. Among these unique techniques, there were the emperors of the Fortune God dynasty, and also the unique techniques of the foreign emperors. There were also some unique techniques of supreme existences that had existed long before the birth of the Fortune God dynasty. He had also seen this kind of earth-shattering scene when he was young, but he had never seen it again. This was because many of these unique techniques had been slapped to death by the Fortune God Emperor countless years ago. He had thought that he would never be able to see them again in this lifetime. He didn't expect that he would actually see them again through the eye of heavenly punishment. This kind of unpredictable method was extremely terrifying because it had too many variations. If it were him, he wouldn't be a match for the Lightning Lord, even if he didn't take into account the disparity in strength between him and the Lightning Lord. This was because the Lightning Lord was almost single-handedly fighting against the super supreme experts that had fallen since ancient times. 1 or 2 or even 8 or 10 of them were nothing. But when this number reached the point of hundreds or thousands, it was enough to make everything collapse. Is this your trump card? Yi Shiwen laughed heartily and didn't take it seriously. In an instant, his body split into 3,000 figures, each of which possessed supreme power and a kind of great path that they had comprehended themselves. These 3,000 martial arts incarnations rushed into the martial arts that had fallen from the eye of heavenly punishment and began to fight. Yi Shiwen stood motionless and faced the Lightning Lord from afar. Boom! 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 The entire space had been almost shattered, and everything had been drawn into the chaotic turbulence. Space, time, and everything else no longer existed. Only the Emperor realm experts could survive in this kind of place. Even the quasi-emperors would be swept away by the chaotic turbulence and die without a burial place. In the sky, hundreds or thousands of figures were fighting. The 3,000 martial arts that Yi Shiwen had transformed into were his 3,000 martial arts. 3,000 kinds of comprehensions were all-inclusive and were the source of all his comprehensions. And the martial arts attacks that had fallen from the eye of heavenly punishment had turned into human figures in midair. It was as if the great ancient emperors had been resurrected in the sky. Although they only had a little of their charm, it was already very shocking. Hundreds and thousands of great ancient emperors came crashing down, colliding with Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts. It was unknown how many Emperor-King level martial arts were released at the same time, fighting in the same area of the void. The Battle Emperor and the others almost held their breath. Such a scene of thousands of Emperor realm experts colliding could be said to be a rare sight since ancient times. Even the Battle Emperor had never seen such a scene when he was fighting with the Fate Creation Heavenly Lord in the past. Because existences at the level of the Fate Creation Heavenly Lord didn't need these at all. They could wipe them all out with one palm. Chapter 3305. Tens of thousands of great Emperor-level martial arts manifested in human form and clashed fiercely in the entire space. Tens of thousands of different Emperor-level martial arts wills clashed. How shocking was the scene! The Eye of Heaven punishment continuously projected the tyrannical martial arts will of the Emperor Lord Level, and directly pounced towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Then it surrounded him. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't someone to be trifled with. The 3,000 martial arts avatars that he had split off from his body all possessed prestige that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Some martial arts, like the 6 paths of reincarnation, fist, demon wings, and other martial arts, had long since surpassed ordinary emperor-level martial arts by far. As for the other martial arts that were not in the top 100 martial arts, they were slightly inferior to the ordinary emperor-level martial arts, but not by much. They were enough to compete with the martial arts of these emperor-level martial arts that were once dazzling in the long river of history. The battle unfolded and instantly filled the entire space. It was as if there was no end to it. The martial arts wills projected from the Eye of Sky punishment were constantly being destroyed, but soon more martial arts wills were continuously pouring in. In the long river of history, it was unknown how many tyrannical emperor-level martial arts had existed. Now, it was as if they had all revived at the same time and were fighting at the same time. This in itself was a rare scene. The Battle Emperor looked from afar and felt that the scene was very shocking. Even when he followed the Fortune Creation Heaven Lord to conquer the world, he had rarely seen such a shocking battle. This was because these were not the true awakening of the great emperor-level martial arts, but only the battle of martial arts wills. Otherwise, this would definitely be the first scene he had ever seen since ancient times. However, even so, it was already very shocking. In such a battle, Yi Shiwen's martial arts avatars were constantly being destroyed, but they condensed again. Every time they condensed again, they became more powerful. While fighting with the martial arts wills of these emperor-level martial arts, Yi Shiwen opened the mysterious space in his body and frantically analyzed the martial arts contained in these martial arts wills. With an incomplete king-level dragon vein in his body, he did not have to worry about not having enough spiritual energy. As long as there was a continuous flow of spiritual energy, he could instantly comprehend many things. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to say that he knew everything, even though his cultivation had reached such a level. There were many things that he didn't know. He had seen the world-shaking, lost techniques of the most outstanding people since the ancient times. Many of them required him to learn and draw lessons from them. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was not afraid of this battle at all. On the contrary, the more he fought, the stronger he became. Every time the martial arts avatars were destroyed, the stronger the martial arts avatars were condensed. This also meant that Yi Shiwen's martial arts comprehension had increased to the next level. In such an intense battle, of martial arts wills were constantly destroyed and condensed. Many of his martial arts comprehension and many martial arts had finally entered the emperor level. Everyone noticed this change and opened their eyes wide. That was because Yi Shiwen was fighting against so many emperors since ancient times. Although they had already passed away, their strength was still very terrifying. Only Electro Lord could achieve such a feat by relying on the Eye of Sky punishment. How could an ordinary person even dare to imagine it? However, Yi Shiwen still managed to achieve this. They couldn't help but be shocked. The Electrifying Lord had finally discovered this point. Yi Shiwen's martial arts doppelganger was getting stronger and stronger as he fought, and the amount of martial will he could summon from the Eye of Heaven punishment was limited. Be it in terms of quantity or quality, both were limited. It was impossible for him to summon a stronger martial will, because his strength was there. If it was the true Eye of the Heavenly Tao, he would be able to summon endless martial will by relying on the power of the Heavenly Tao. He would even be able to display the power he had when he was alive. It would not be a problem for him to have the combat power of a heavenly venerate. However, he didn't have the strength to do so. After all, humans couldn't be compared to the heavens. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen's strength became stronger and stronger. Yi Shiwen gradually suppressed him. He immediately realized that he couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, he might also fall here. His attacks couldn't defeat Yi Shiwen. Instead, They became nourishment for Yi Shiwen and became his stepping stone. How could the electrifying Lord be willing to do such a thing? Yi Shiwen was surrounded by layers of martial arts doppelganger. His entire body flickered with colorful light. The Mingxin ancient tree appeared behind him and enveloped his entire body. It seemed as though he was comprehending something. He was comprehending something at every moment. His martial power, which had originally stagnated, was also improving at an astonishing speed. Die. At this time, the electrifying Lord finally made his move. He didn't give Yi Shiwen any chance to continue improving. Yi Shiwen was already very tricky to deal with. If he was allowed to improve even further, it would be terrible. Bang! The electrifying Lord made his move. Thunder filled the sky. Under this kind of divine might, it raged like a long river. Yi Shiwen's martial arts doppelganger that was originally protecting him exploded, one after another. They simply couldn't withstand such an astonishing attack from the electrifying Lord. The electrifying Lord tore apart Yi Shiwen's defense. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. In his hand was a pool of thunder. Endless energy was churning within it. Their terrifying power flipped on the spot and clasped down on Yi Shiwen. The endless thunder had evolved into a majestic civilization of thunder. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely difficult to see. It was only under such circumstances that it could be seen. The endless thunder poured down in torrents. It was as though an endless world of energy was pouring down in torrents. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally made his move. He reached out with his claw. It was a dragon claw. His entire arm had transformed into a dragon claw. He could transform his physical body anytime and anywhere. For the current him, this was almost like an instinct. Facing the thunder energy pouring down in torrents, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He directly grabbed it. In an instant, the thunder energy exploded one after another. All of them were destroyed by the dragon claw. At this moment, Yi Shiwen seemed to have transformed into the primordial ancestral dragon. He was the ancestor of the endless dragon race, the beginning of the dragon race in the world. He was a supreme existence. His every move could completely imitate the might of the ancestral dragon. In fact, he was even stronger than the ancestral dragon back then. Ancestral dragon seal. Yi Shiwen flipped his hand, and a seal appeared in his hand. This seal fiercely smashed down and collided with the pool of thunder. The faint roar of a 9-clawed golden dragon could be heard. Dragon race? It's useless. You can't stop me. The electrifying Lord sneered. I am punishing you on behalf of heaven and earth. If you dare to resist, you are rebelling against the heavens. No matter how powerful you are, you will all die. Resisting you is rebelling against the heavens? I think you're really too arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you represent the heavens? Yi Shiwen didn't take his words to heart at all. He blasted out another 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It directly formed a 6 paths of reincarnation wheel and clashed with the pool of thunder in the sky. The skills of both sides were almost equal. One had surpassed the limits of the Imperial Emperor and reached an unprecedented level, while the other had reached the heavenly master realm and was still alive. His strength was also profound to an unimaginable level. Yi Shiwen had long been prepared for the electrifying Lord's difficulty. However, the electrifying Lord was not prepared for Yi Shiwen's strength and difficulty, which was why Yi Shiwen had repeatedly gained the upper hand. Now he finally took Yi Shiwen seriously and used all his strength to kill Yi Shiwen. He was even more ruthless. With a long roar, a level 1 dragon vein flew out of the sky and was swallowed by him. He casually spat out spirit chi that filled the sky. Waves of terrifying power revived in his body and wreaked havoc inside. Do you think you can do it? Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Similarly, a level 1 dragon vein flew out of his body and was swallowed by him. The massive amount of spirit chi was all transformed by him and used by him. He had an incomplete, king-level dragon vein in his body. In terms of wealth, he was much more powerful than the electrifying lord. After the electrifying lord devoured the level 1 dragon vein, the pool of thunder in his hand grew larger and larger. The power of thunder within it roared continuously and became stronger and stronger. It had even reached an unimaginable level. However, Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. He didn't take the electrifying lord seriously at all. Similarly, he fought in a bold and unrestrained manner and actually managed to force the electrifying lord to retreat step by step. No matter how astonishing the electrifying lord's attacks were, the spirit chi in his body was already full after devouring a level 1 dragon vein. It was so abundant that it was impossible to use it all. The remaining was used to activate the time robe. Hence, he didn't care about his own defense at all. He just kept attacking and charging into these batteries. Die. The electrifying lord roared. Above his head, the eye of sky punishment had already been retracted. Then, it turned into a terrifying martial arts attack and directly crushed down on Yi Shiwen. In front of this eye of sky punishment, Yi Shiwen's martial arts clones tried to obstruct it. However, it was useless. In just a moment, they were all destroyed. All along the way, Yi Shiwen's defenses were completely destroyed. This was a kind of magical power. The electrifying lord had completely refined the eye of sky punishment and turned it into his own. This was not only a magical power, but it was also a very extraordinary magic tool. With the blessing of the eye of sky punishment, the electric lord's trial had suddenly improved by a lot. For a moment, it seemed as if it was going to surpass Yi Shiwen. Chapter 3306. This was his greatest trump card. The Eye of the Heavenly Tao was truly terrifying and powerful. It could amplify his own power, and he could even borrow terrifying power from the various worlds in the universe through the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation. This allowed the Electric Lord, who had been faintly at a disadvantage, to regain the upper hand. What a powerful Eye of Heavenly Punishment! Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes all of a sudden. His dual pupils opened. All of his calculations were within his calculations. But look at how I'm going to destroy him today. Your schemes are nothing in front of me. The Electric Lord had taken out his true trump card, so Yi Shiwen naturally wouldn't continue to sit and wait for death. He was also going to take out his true trump card, Universe Creation Palm. Yi Shiwen's palm shot out. In an instant, the weather changed, and all the laws between heaven and earth buzzed. Under this palm, they began to tremble violently and began to manifest. This palm directly shocked the heavens and earth. Everyone felt as if the primal chaos was being reconstructed and the world was being reopened. It was as if the entire universe was being completely controlled. The Battle Emperor's eyes suddenly widened because he was too familiar with this palm. In an instant, his thoughts were taken away from the present, and he once again returned to the era of the flames of war. That peerless figure had fought everywhere and created the great era of the Fortune God dynasty. It was just that that era had passed far too long ago, so long that he thought he had forgotten about it. However, when he saw this palm, he suddenly recalled that dusty memory. This palm was the Universe Creation Palm, and it was known as the martial art that the Fortune God Lord was proud of. He had once relied on the Universe Creation Palm to kill a heavenly venerable emperor-level life form with one palm. Who didn't know the power of this palm back then? But now, there were fewer and fewer people who knew about it. The reason was very simple. Although everyone knew about the Universe Creation Palm, those who had actually seen it were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Many people had only heard of its name. Only an old guy like him still remembered the power of the Universe Creation Palm. Ever since the Fortune God Lord disappeared, the Universe Creation Palm had been lost. It was said that the Universe Creation Palm had not survived. This was because he was one of the higher echelons of the Fortune Divine Dynasty. How could he not know that the Universe Creation Palm had not been passed down? But because of this, he was very puzzled. Where did Yi Shiwen learn this set of universe creation palm? This set of palm technique had long been lost. But according to the situation that Yi Shiwen used it, it seemed that Yi Shiwen had learned this set of palm technique. It didn't seem like he had obtained an incomplete version. He must have obtained the complete version. It would set off a huge uproar if this news were to spread. It might have been a big trouble if it had been in the past. However, nobody could do anything to him with his current strength unless a heavenly master came into action. In fact, he might have killed one of them with a single slap. Even if a heavenly master were to take action, he still doubted whether they could deal with Yi Shiwen. Today, Yi Shiwen had brought him too many surprises. At this time, Electrolord had also discovered the astonishing power of this palm. When it first appeared, it had already shocked him. Bang! In the end, the palm of creation still collided with the eye of heavenly punishment. The two peerless martial arts finally collided. Boom! A terrifying frenzy rose up like a stormy sea, and then spread out in all directions. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts and the martial arts intents of many emperor lords, who were still fighting in the sky, were completely annihilated by this terrifying shock wave. This terrifying force swept out directly towards the Battle Emperor and the others. The Battle Emperor hurriedly put up a barrier, but it was broken in an instant. He hurriedly added hundreds of more barriers, and only then did he barely manage to block this frenzy. The expressions of the Battle Emperor and the others changed instantly. This was merely the aftermath of the battle. If any one of the two parties were to fight with him now, he would probably be severely injured in an instant. He felt extremely bitter in his heart. If he represented the limit of the Emperor Lord, then these two had clearly surpassed the limit. Although they hadn't reached the Heavenly Master Realm, they were probably close to it. He suddenly made a decision in his heart. After returning to the Fortune God dynasty, he would go into closed-door cultivation to break through to the Heavenly Master Realm. After preparing for so many years, it was time to try. It was either live or die. There was no other choice. Now that the situation had changed, only by stepping into the Heavenly Master Realm could he dominate the world. Otherwise, even a junior like Yi Shiwen would surpass him. Although his reputation was resounding, many juniors had surpassed him and stepped into the Empyrean realm. How could he not be moved by this? It was just that he didn't have the thought of cutting off all means of retreat. But now he had the determination to do so. Boom! Because of the collision between the two parties, the entire space had already collapsed inch by inch. The space that had just been restored a little was completely broken in an instant. Thump, thump, thump. The Electric Lord was constantly retreating. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Shiwen was simply inconceivable. He had already exhausted all of his strength by using the eye of heavenly punishment and adding the power of the heavenly way to his body. His strength had risen by a notch, and this was his ultimate trump card. He even believed that with such a trump card, even if he was chased by a heavenly master, he would still be invincible and able to escape unscathed. However, Yi Shiwen opposite him was even more terrifying. This palm had directly smashed away all his hopes. He was too strong. He could actually increase that human strength to such an extent. Universe creation palm. Could it be the universe creation palm of the former Fortune monarch? You actually know the universe creation palm. The Electric Lord muttered to himself. He finally understood why he had lost to. It was the palm technique cultivated by the great figure who had once pacified the chaotic times and founded the Fortune God dynasty. No wonder it could forcibly increase Yi Shiwen's momentum. Hasn't this palm technique been lost for generations? How is this possible? How could you know it? The Electric Lord said incredulously. The more he guessed what kind of palm technique it was, the more incredulous it was. Over the countless years, there were too many halos that had been added to the Fortune monarch's body, and among them was the supreme palm technique, the universe creation palm. Who told you it's lost? It's just that you don't know. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily and cleanly destroyed the momentum of the Eye of Sky Punishment in one fell swoop. Although the Eye of Sky Punishment was very strong and could increase the Electric Lord's strength, his Universe Creation Palm was not the slightest bit inferior. Damn it! I don't believe that you won't have to pay a price to forcibly activate the Universe Creation Palm as an emperor. The Electric Lord's expression was sinister as he roared. I can afford this price, but what about you? Can you afford the price of activating the Eye of Sky Punishment? How long can you last? Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with confidence. As long as he had enough dragon veins, he would not have to worry about anything. However, if the Electric Lord wanted to activate the Eye of Sky Punishment, it would not be so simple. Humph. The Electric Lord snorted coldly. He did not believe Yi Shiwen's words at all. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was just putting up a strong front. He was also forcibly activating the Eye of Sky Punishment. He knew very well how much of a price it would take to activate this kind of remarkable martial art. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen's words were just a dead duck's mouth. The Eye of Sky Punishment appeared once again. From the Eye of Sky Punishment, endless power was drawn out from the distant void and added to the Electric Lord's body. Boom! Magic power burst forth from the Electric Lord's body and turned into a terrifying power of thunder. Then it completely erupted. He pulled out a thunder dragon from the pool of thunder and turned it into a whip that lashed out. You think you can do anything to me with just this? Yi Shiwen took a step forward and smashed the lightning whip into pieces with a punch. Then, instead of retreating, he advanced and actually launched a counterattack. Universe Creation Palm. Yi Shiwen shouted and condensed the Universe Creation Palm once again. Then he ruthlessly slammed it down. Again. Electro Lord bellowed. The Eye of Sky Tribulation above his head flew out continuously before meeting the Universe Creation Palm. Boom! It was another terrifying collision. The storm that was set off was not inferior to the previous one. The Battle Emperor, the Tai Sage Emperor, the Qi Emperor, and the others hurriedly set up a barrier. They smiled bitterly one after another. If the battle continued like this, they were afraid that the aftermath of the battle would seriously injure them. In any case, they were dignified, peak sovereign emperors. If this were to spread out, they didn't know how they would be laughed at. Bang! However, the aftermath of this wave hadn't disappeared yet. Another wave rushed over. The entire space had already turned into atoms. It was as if they had returned to the time before the Big Bang. There was chaos everywhere and nothing existed. This time, it was Yi Shiwen who took the initiative to attack. He also used the Universe Creation Palm. At this time, the Electric Lord was directly pushed back very far. He was almost blasted to death on the spot. Again, Universe Creation Palm. Let's see how many of my palms you can take. Yi Shiwen roared loudly. Then he unleashed the Universe Creation Palm again. It seemed as if it didn't cost anything. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen's Universe Creation Palm seemed as if it didn't need to pay any price at all. It fell one after another and completely gained the upper hand. However, opposite him, the Electric Lord's complexion was ashen. It seemed as if he was holding back something. He had fallen into a complete disadvantage. Yi Shiwen used the Universe Creation Palm like a madman. However, he couldn't do this. He didn't have the capital, and he didn't have the ability to do so. Puff! Finally, he couldn't hold his breath anymore. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. His entire body was instantly sent flying as if he had suffered a heavy injury. Chapter 3307. Yi Shiwen unleashed a series of heavy blows, slapping down the Cosmic Creation Palms as if they were free. Every palm could greatly increase Yi Shiwen's strength. Yi Shiwen's strength was already above the Electric Lord's to begin with, and coupled with the support of the Cosmic Creation Palms. No matter how profound the Electric Lord's cultivation was, He finally couldn't withstand this series of heavy blows. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying as if he had suffered a heavy blow. This was because Yi Shiwen no longer had much patience. Just now, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate, and a sense of crisis shrouded his head. This was a feeling he had never felt before. At his level of cultivation, even the path of good fortune, which was known to be fraught with danger, was not that dangerous to him. If he were to encounter another tempest of good fortune, he could rely on the strength of his physical body to withstand it. This wasn't arrogance, but confidence. He was already infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. At the heavenly venerable realm, the dangers of the path of creation could hardly affect them. Otherwise, those rumored trapped heavenly venerables wouldn't just be trapped on the path of creation. They would have already perished on the path of creation. An Emperor Lord completely grasped the rules, so a heavenly venerable could already change the rules. How could such a great figure, who was blessed by the heavens and earth, die so easily? Pan Tian Tianzuan had been sealed for countless years, but hadn't he still relied on his last breath to finally escape great calamity and reconstruct his true body? At this moment, he finally understood why his heart was palpitating all of a sudden. It was said that there had been heavenly venerables who had been trapped on the path of creation in the past, but he had never seen one since entering the path of creation. Wasn't this strange in itself? Although the path of creation was vast and there were many places that he had not been to, including the ancient path that he had come from, he still had not found it. However, even with the abilities of the various emperors, they still had not found a living celestial venerable. This in itself was extremely strange. Apart from the tomb of a fallen heavenly venerable, they hadn't discovered anything else related to a heavenly venerable. If there was anything in this world that could threaten him, it would only be a heavenly venerable. Thinking of this, he didn't have the mood to continue pestering Electric Lord. He couldn't have such inexplicable palpitations, so there must be great danger. That was why he had dealt such a heavy blow. Otherwise, with just his own strength, he was confident that he could suppress the Lightning Lord. However, it would take him a lot of time. It was normal for a battle between sovereign emperors to take thousands of years. He didn't have that much time to waste, not to mention that there was still the heaven-devouring demon monarch outside, who knew when he would break through to the heavenly Lord realm. This was the most troublesome issue. If he hadn't been hiding in the creation god's capital, he would have immediately killed him. If he hadn't succeeded in hiding in the divine capital, he would have of him. In the end, Xiao Qian had not entered the heavenly venerate realm, so it was impossible for him to be fearless. If he had already entered the heavenly venerate realm, killing a peak quasi-emperor like him might cause some shock. However, who would dare to cause trouble for him because of this? Even the battle emperor couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. It wasn't just because of the power of the universe creation palm. Killing a peak quasi-emperor like him would certainly cause some shock, but who would dare to cause trouble for him? Even the battle emperor couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. It wasn't just because of the power of the universe creation palm. He had once followed the fate heavenly monarch and had naturally seen the universe creation palm. With Yi Shiwen's current martial power, it was nothing compared to that of the good fortune heavenly lord. However, he was also very clear that the good fortune universe palm was a martial art that even a heavenly master would have to expend a lot of energy to use, let alone an emperor king. Every time it was used, it would certainly cost a lot of resources. Yi Shiwen was crazily using it like this. It was unknown how much resources he would have to consume to be able to use it. Does he really want to keep Electric Lord here? Such a terrifying thought popped up in the Battle Emperor's mind. Even when Yi Shiwen appeared out of nowhere and fought evenly with the Battle Emperor, he had never had such a crazy idea. That was a half-step heavenly venerable, far above an Emperor Lord. How could he die so easily? He himself had countless life-saving methods, not to mention Electric Lord. However, Looking at Yi Shiwen's attitude now, it seemed that he really had the intention to kill the Electric Lord. It couldn't be said that he wasn't crazy. However, he was well aware that he wouldn't be able to intervene in a battle of this level. At most, he could only watch over the others. If the Electric Lord were to escape at that time, he might be able to stop him. Since he had already offended Electric Lord, he might as well let him die. He was afraid of Electric Lord's strength and influence, but he didn't lack the determination to kill. The Lightning Lord was sent flying, and he was also extremely emotional in his heart. This person was simply going crazy. How could he not pay any price for using the universe creation palm in such a crazy manner? In order to kill him, this person really didn't care about anything. Thinking of this, the ferocious nature hidden in his bones was aroused by Yi Shiwen. He was born as a foreign creature, but he later severed his Tao and recultivated the Thunder formula. Relying on the accumulation of his previous life, he advanced by leaps and bounds and entered the ranks of peak Emperor Lords. He was a person who had attained Tao and was different from before. However, the ferocious nature of foreign creatures in his bones was aroused all at once. He actually wanted to fight Yi Shiwen head-on. His ferocious nature had really gone to his head. The Eye of Sky punishment flew out from his body and turned into endless thunderbolts. Each of them could easily shatter a world, and all of them slapped towards Yi Shiwen. You're all courting death. Stubborn. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. Since he had decided to end the battle quickly and kill Electric Lord as soon as possible, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Another universe creation palm slapped out, and the thunderbolt energy was smashed into pieces on the spot. Then it directly fell and smashed towards Electric Lord. Another thunder pool flew out from above Electric Lord's head. It was also an extremely impressive Tao tool. The Eye of Sky punishment was nurtured within it, and the power of the thunderbolts ensured that the Eye of Sky punishment's spirituality wouldn't be lost. Otherwise, although the Eye of Sky punishment was powerful, it was actually invisible and shadowless. It didn't have a physical body, and it couldn't be preserved at all. This thunder pool itself was his natal Tao tool, which was why he could use it like this. However, it was still useless. In front of the universe creation palm, his thunder pool couldn't block it at all. Although the thunder pool blocked the majority of the palm power, the remaining portion of the palm power directly passed through to his body. Through the thunder pool, he couldn't dodge or hide. It would have been fine if he hadn't been injured earlier. However, he was already injured, and this attack added to his injuries. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood again, and only felt that the world was spinning. And at this moment, Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack had already arrived. He flipped his palm, and the martial emperor seal had already appeared on it. Then, as his palm turned over, it ruthlessly fell. Bang! The cataclysmic seal directly bombarded Electric Lord's body. Electric Lord's body immediately erupted with a frenzy of lightning. The magic power in his body had exploded from Yi Shiwen's attack, and he had turned into lightning. Electric Lord's physical body felt as if it was about to collapse after being struck by gravity. This was the feeling of a terrifying power wreaking havoc. Yi Shiwen's power was too strong, and with the support of the universe creation palm, it was indeed extremely terrifying. He still wanted to stimulate his ferocious nature and compete with Yi Shiwen. However, in the face of Yi Shiwen, who had completely erupted, it was nothing at all. He couldn't resist or struggle at all, and was suppressed again in just a moment's effort. Roar! Electric Lord became even more ferocious. He roared continuously, and waves of terrifying magic power erupted from his body. A part of his body had already revealed its original form, and it seemed like some kind of ferocious beast. This was the form of Electric Lord's main body. For a super powerhouse like him, who had achieved success in cultivation, he usually maintained his human form. For him, the combat power of his main body could no longer increase by much. At this stage, the battle between sovereign emperors depended on magical abilities and the comprehension of the great Tao. The main body's form did not bring any advantage. To be able to cultivate to this level, even if one had a mortal body, they would still possess unimaginable power. There was no difference between them, and Electric Lord, who had revealed his main body, almost meant that he had been forced into a corner and had no way out. That was why he was like this. Yi Shiwen's double pupils suddenly opened. He knew that the most critical moment had arrived, and it was time to kill Electric Lord. As for merely repelling Electric Lord, he had never thought of doing so. The consequences of leaving a future trouble like him alive could be said to be simply unimaginable. Even if Electric Lord didn't need to do anything, he only needed to rush into the land of the 4 prefectures when he was not around and start a massacre. The consequences of that was not something he could bear. Since he had already offended Electric Lord to this extent, there was only one way, and that was to thoroughly kill Electric Lord. You want to kill me? Electric Lord saw that Yi Shiwen's killing intent did not diminish, and immediately understood Yi Shiwen's plan. He immediately flew into a rage. So what if I kill you? Who do you think you are? Must I not kill you? Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. He did not take Electric Lord's words to heart at all. He took a step forward and chased after Electric Lord. Waves of terrifying power wreaked havoc around him, and the sky-flipping seal in his hand fell once again. Boom! Electric Lord was bombarded once again. It was as if 2 worlds had collided together, and the surging waves made the Battle Emperor and the others feel as if the end of the world had arrived. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen's attacks fell continuously, and all kinds of attacks fell like raindrops. Whenever Electric Lord wanted to turn around and counterattack, Yi Shiwen would casually slap him. He used the Universe Creation Palm to break his counterattack and made him unable to do anything. Chapter 3308. Every time the Electric Lord gathered a little power and tried to counterattack, he would be smacked down by Yi Shiwen. He was completely bewildered and was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. As the Electric Lord's injuries became more and more serious, Yi Shiwen slowly grasped the initiative and completely gained the upper hand. With such a huge advantage in Yi Shiwen's hands, it was enough to completely crush the Electric Lord. The Battled Arch and the others felt their eyelids twitching as they watched the Lightning Lord's physical body disintegrate and reform continuously. This was a rare sight, and to be able to witness it once in a blue moon was truly an extremely rare thing. Before this, no one had thought that Yi Shiwen would have the ability to kill the Electric Lord. At first, they had thought that it would be very difficult to escape from the Electric Lord's hands once. Later on, they had thought of ways to defeat the Electric Lord. Even at the most insane time, they had never thought that he would be able to kill the Electric Lord. But now Yi Shiwen had done it. Everyone could see that the Electric Lord no longer had any hope. It was impossible for him to make a comeback. I didn't expect Martial Emperor to be able to do this. He's really the #1 emperor since ancient times. The Butterfly Sovereign couldn't help but exclaim. Before he met Yi Shiwen and the Electric Lord, he had always thought that the #1 emperor since ancient times was his master. He had almost reached an unprecedented realm, and no one could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Even the so-called 10 great emperors and 10 great emperors had been suppressed by his master. However, the strength displayed by Yi Shiwen and the Electric Lord was completely above that of a battle emperor. So, there was no need to argue about who was the first in this regard. He even felt that even those old monsters who were cultivating in seclusion would not be a match for Yi Shiwen. At this stage, as long as he hadn't stepped into the Heavenly Master Realm, the so-called time advantage was already very, very small. When the Battle Emperor heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that it was only a matter of time. Yi Shiwen would become the #1 emperor sooner or later. His title as the #1 emperor was only a title that some people knew. Many people didn't recognize it at all. However, if today's battle were to spread, then Yi Shiwen's title as the #1 emperor in the world would be well deserved. There wouldn't be any falsehood in it. It's fortunate that such a character was roped into the Eastern Heavenly Venerate's camp. Otherwise, he would have become the biggest obstacle to the Eastern Heavenly Venerate entering the Fortune Divine Dynasty. At that moment, the Battled Arch couldn't help but rejoice. To him, being able to recruit such an exceptional talent for the Eastern Heavenly Venerate was undoubtedly something worth rejoicing over. The Tai Saint Emperor and the Qi Emperor exchanged glances. Compared to the Battle Emperor, they knew the gap between them. As long as the Battle Emperor didn't die prematurely, it wouldn't be surprising if the Battle Emperor reached the Celestial Lord realm. Although Emperor Lords were lofty existences that ruled over trillions of living beings, they still paled in comparison to an Empyrean. Just the strength of the two sides couldn't be calculated. At this moment, in the sky, the Lightning Lord had already completely released his original body. It was an extremely huge, ferocious beast. Many people had not even seen it before because this race was already very rare and there were very few clansmen to begin with. Only the Battle Emperor, who was experienced and knowledgeable, could roughly recognize the Electric Lord's true body. In fact, except for some Emperor Lords with large tribes, very few people knew about the origins of many Emperor Lords and their original race. If people knew about it, they might be dealt with by others. At worst, their strengths and weaknesses would be known by others. In that case, wouldn't it be courting death? Therefore, even though the Electric Lord had been famous for a long time, everyone only knew that he was a foreign being. As for what his original body was, it was still a mystery. But now, they had the opportunity to see his true body, and the shock in their hearts could be imagined. However, even if he had transformed into his true body, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen's ordinary attack, mixed with the universe creation palm, had thoroughly stunned him. He had never fought such an intense battle. In fact, it was also his first time fighting against such a powerful person. Naturally, he didn't have any experience. He considered himself to be the world's #1 expert. He had never thought that someone could defeat him in this aspect. Bang! Yi Shiwen sent the thunder pool in front of him flying. At the same time, he slashed down with the universe creation palm. In an instant, the world changed color. All of the Electric Lord's defenses were broken in an instant. He wasn't Yi Shiwen's match. At this moment, Yi Shiwen stopped the universe creation palm that was slapping down. Then he grabbed towards the huge eye of heavenly punishment. Rumble! The eye of heavenly punishment instantly erupted with the power of thunder. It was as if the heavens were angry. It was the power of heaven and earth. It wasn't something that ordinary people could control. This method of trying to control the heavenly might was simply offending the heavens. How could he not feel the enormous pressure? Yi Shiwen didn't know how the Electric Lord had overcome such pressure. But to him, there was nothing more convenient than this. He just sneered. Then he suddenly closed his hand and stripped the eye of heavenly punishment from the Electric Lord's body. Roar! The Lightning Lord cried out in pain, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen was still constantly stripping away his eye of sky punishment. In order to use the eye of sky punishment to its fullest extent, he had already completely refined the eye of sky punishment with his own body. Now, it had become the source of his pain, and it was impossible for him to struggle free. The Electric Lord tried to struggle. The power of millions of thunderbolts on his body turned into terrifying and powerful thunder dragons that pounced towards Yi Shiwen. But Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. He directly slapped the universe creation palm with his other hand, completely breaking the Electric Lord's counterattack. He wasn't a match for him at all. Very soon, the eye of heavenly punishment was finally pulled out by Yi Shiwen and fell into his hand. Yi Shiwen could immediately sense the power of thunder and the power of heaven and earth within it. It was constantly being embellished, and there were even many laws that were difficult to see roaming within it. This was because it was condensed from the heavenly way. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine at all. It was no wonder that the Electric Lord could rely on the eye of heavenly punishment to contend with Yi Shiwen. Moreover, he could even cultivate to this level by relying on the eye of heavenly punishment. Roar! Damn you! The Electric Lord roared. The eye of heavenly punishment that he had refined for God knows how many years had actually been stripped away by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had instantly destroyed one of his unique skills and one of his trump cards. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. He grabbed the eye of heavenly punishment in his hand and actually began to fuse it into Yi Shiwen's eyes. His dual pupils began to struggle fiercely. This was because the dual pupils themselves were a powerful magical power, and Yi Shiwen actually wanted to use the eye of heavenly punishment to replace them. In other words, he was absorbing and digesting the dual pupils. How could this not cause a violent counterattack? Yi Shiwen's refinement speed was extremely fast. It only took a moment for the eye of heavenly punishment to fuse into his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he could only see that his eyes had completely transformed into the eye of heavenly punishment. Although I haven't completely mastered it yet, I can already use a portion of the eye of heavenly punishment's power. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and said slowly. Suddenly, strands of bright light shot out explosively from his eyes. In next to no time, these strands of bright light completely transformed into heavenly punishment, and then they transformed into lightning that covered the sky and blasted towards the Lightning Lord. This was heaven's will. It could wield the power of heaven. This was a little like the Calamity Godhead that Yi Shiwen had obtained previously. It could control all the calamity powers in the world and obey everything. The Electric Lord had no time to resist at all. He had been severely injured too many times. Now, his injuries had accumulated to an extent that even he felt horrified. He was unable to resist at all. In the next instant, he was directly blasted. Bang! The Electric Lord's physical body was smashed to pieces on the spot. He reassembled with great difficulty, but he could only stare at Yi Shiwen hatefully. He didn't dare to approach him, and he didn't dare to launch another counterattack. He had been thoroughly beaten by Yi Shiwen, and all of his pride had also been smashed away. It was impossible for him to have any unrealistic thoughts. Martial Emperor, even if you obtain the eye of heavenly punishment, you can't truly obtain its power because it doesn't belong to you. It will disappear sooner or later. The Electric Lord said fiercely. He was trying to attract Yi Shiwen's attention and have Yi Shiwen talk to him so that he could catch his breath. For an Emperor Lord like him, even if it was just a breath, it would have an incomparably huge effect on him. You're right. If I want to keep the eye of heavenly punishment for a long time, I'll still need your lightning pool. This is just right. Leave it all to me. Yi Shiwen actually looked like he was completely right. Then he reached out with one hand and grabbed in the direction of the lightning pool. In just a moment, the lightning pool had already been caught by Yi Shiwen. Although the Electric Lord tried his best to dodge, it was completely useless in front of Yi Shiwen. The Electric Lord had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He had finally diverted Yi Shiwen's attention, but he saw Yi Shiwen suddenly open his eyes. Then, a sword had appeared in his other hand. Whoosh! The sword light tore through the sky and fell directly, ruthlessly slashing him into pieces. Pucci! The Electric Lord's physical body and spirit were slashed together, and he finally died. Chapter 3309. The Electric Lord had perished, and his body had been taken away. His eye of sky punishment had also been thoroughly refined by Yi Shiwen. Unlike the Electric Lord, who used the eye of sky punishment as a magic tool, Yi Shiwen had integrated the eye of sky punishment into his body. This had allowed the eye of sky punishment to form inside his body at the same time. This had allowed his eyes to form an extremely powerful magical power and a kind of martial technique. At that time, after refining it completely, it would become another trump card of his. It could be said to be invincible against experts of the same level. Not every Emperor Lord had the means like Yi Shiwen, who could condense 3,000 martial arts incarnations to contend against him. In addition, he could also absorb the power of laws through the eye of sky punishment for his own use. This was also a rather remarkable method. All of these increased Yi Shiwen's foundation and trump cards. Of course, if he wanted to activate the eye of sky punishment, he would definitely consume a lot of energy. However, this was not a problem for him. The king-level dragon vein was a wealth that even an ordinary celestial lord could not possess. Now that it was in his hands, what was there for him to be afraid of? Then Yi Shiwen absorbed the thunder pool into his body, turning it into a means and source of nurturing the eye of sky punishment. From the electric lord's body, Yi Shiwen discovered a lot of law crystals. There were no less than 300 units of law crystals. This was also because the electric lord was such a matchless expert. If it were anyone else, they would not have so many law crystals. The electric lord had not even had the time to use them all. Now, it had completely benefited Yi Shiwen. This battle with the electric lord was very rewarding. Although the electric lord's skills were not as good as his, he was still very powerful. There was even hope for a comeback. At his level of cultivation, it could be said to be very difficult to find a worthy opponent. If it was a celestial lord, Yi Shiwen would not be a match for him with his strength. However, if it was an ordinary emperor lord like the Battle Emperor, he would not be a match for Yi Shiwen at all. This made an opponent like the electric lord very precious. Such a life and death battle was better than hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. Yi Shiwen flew down from the sky after he had collected the electric lord's things. He flew to the side of the Battle Emperor and said, "It's finally over. Both the electric lord and the Night Emperor have been killed. Fellow Taoist Battle Emperor, as far as I know, both the Night Emperor and the electric lord should have received a lot of rewards, right?" "That's right. Just killing the Night Emperor is already a huge amount of wealth. As for the electric monarch, we all thought that he was dead, so we didn't set up any rewards. But when I return, I will explain everything to you. You have eliminated such an opponent for our Fortune God dynasty, so you should be rewarded," the Battle Emperor said. Other than being a little careful, the Battle Arch was still very loyal to his duty. When it came to matters of right and wrong, he would never back down. This was a method that both sides could use. If the Battle Arch was defeated by the Night Emperor Owl Beast, then the Night Emperor would be able to obtain a reward from a super expert from the outer domain. It would not be any weaker than this. The Battle Arch was a little excited. He could imagine how shocking it would be once the news spread. Both the Electric Lord and the Night Emperor were super experts who had been famous for countless years. But now, both of them had fallen in Yi Shiwen's hands. One could imagine that this would greatly boost the morale of the people in the Fortune God dynasty. "That's good. I'll have to trouble you then, fellow Taoist Battle Emperor," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. These were things that he had obtained, so he naturally would not let them go. This was especially true when the pressure on the divine fire, Heavenly Venerate, and the sky-devouring Demon Emperor was increasing day by day. How could he relax? "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Before leaving the path of creation, I still need to find enough law crystals to prepare for a breakthrough to the Heavenly Venerate realm." Yi Shiwen did not hide anything and said this on the spot. On the contrary, the Battle Arch and the Butterfly Sovereign looked at each other. Yi Shiwen's strength was already so amazing, but he was still not satisfied. He still wanted to break through to the higher Heavenly Venerate realm. "There's nothing else for the time being, but please pay attention to the time. The path of creation will close in 3 years at most," said the Battle Arch. The crack on the path of creation could not be maintained naturally. After the crack appeared, the super experts of the Fortune God dynasty appeared and maintained it. They even increased the crack's existence. However, this couldn't last long. There wasn't much time left. After all, every second that the crack on the path of creation was maintained consumed a massive amount of wealth. Only a colossus like the Fortune God dynasty could maintain it. It was impossible to find the legendary path of creation at such a late time. No one really cared about it. Most people came to try their luck. It would be great if they encountered it, but there was nothing they could do if they didn't. I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded and then turned around. He stepped on a ray of light and disappeared from this fragmented world. This person's future is limitless. It won't be difficult for him to enter the heavenly venerate realm. The Tai Yi Sage Emperor sighed after watching Yi Shiwen leave for a long time. Everything that had happened before was like a dream to him. From life to death, and from death to life again. It was as if he had walked through the gates of hell and had almost died here. His heart was filled with even more insights. That's not all. With his strength, he might have a chance to reach that legendary realm in the future, said the Qi Emperor. However, the only problem is that although he is very strong as far as I know, he has offended the heaven-devouring Demon King. I'm afraid he won't be able to get away with it. The heaven-devouring Demon King has been in closed-door training for a long time. It is said that he is very confident. Once the heaven-devouring Demon King makes a breakthrough and becomes the heaven-devouring Demon King, how can he let him go? I'm afraid he will die before he can grow up. It's a pity that such a good seedling will fall in the hands of the heaven-devouring Demon King. The battled arch couldn't help but say. He felt that it was a pity. It's a pity that all the heavenly venerates are cultivating in the depths of the starry sky. Otherwise, I could look for the Eastern heavenly venerate and ask for a chance of survival for him. The Battle Emperor's words revealed an earth-shattering secret. The Fortune God Dynasty's heavenly venerables were not cultivating in the Fortune God Dynasty. However, the heavenly venerables didn't seem surprised at all. It was obvious that they already knew about this matter. If they didn't know about it in the beginning, then as time passed, even the most confidential information would gradually leak out. Moreover, the heavenly venerates had no intention of keeping it a secret. After all, although the heavenly venerates were not in the Fortune God Dynasty and were cultivating in the depths of the starry sky, they hadn't fallen yet. As long as they were there, the Fortune God Dynasty would be as stable as Mount Tai. No one could compare to them. It all depends on the individual's fortune. I don't think he can't escape this calamity. He doesn't look like he will die young, said the Battle Emperor. In his heart, he cherished the talents of the Fortune God Dynasty. However, it was impossible for him to go against the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor for Yi Shiwen. Once the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor stepped into the heavenly venerate realm and became the legendary heaven-devouring Demon Emperor, no one could stop him. The difference between a heavenly venerate and a peak emperor lord was only half a realm. However, the difference in status was like heaven and earth. Yi Shiwen didn't know that everyone was talking about him. He had already left this extremely damaged world. After the battle between him and the Electric Lord, the entire space had almost shattered into chaos. He didn't know how long it would take for it to recover. The two of them were too strong. They were already halfway into the heavenly venerate realm. However, the two of them were still a far cry from the invincible existence who could leave behind such a huge battlefield here. Right now, the most important thing for him to do was to find enough law crystals and enough martial will. Then he would store these martial wills in his altar, which he would prepare to deal with the heaven-devouring demon monarch in the future. Although it would be difficult for him to step into the heavenly venerate realm in a short period of time, it didn't mean that he wouldn't do anything. Yi Shiwen shuttled back and forth between the broken spaces as he thought of this. He was looking for the law crystals. However, he found that not all spaces had the existence of law crystals. In fact, many spaces didn't have law crystals at all. Moreover, many spaces that had law crystals had already been plundered by the emperors who had come here earlier. If this trend continued, sooner or later, the Crystal Valley would be completely deserted because there were no law crystals to be found. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this time, Yi Shiwen didn't change much. He continued to explore and cultivate at the same time. Yi Shiwen had discovered 50 units of law crystals during this period of more than a year. His harvest wasn't small. However, he had used up 300 units of law crystals just to comprehend the heavenly venerables principles. So he had lost more than 200 law crystals in this period of more than a year. Relying on the consumption of these law crystals, he was getting closer and closer to the heavenly venerate realm. He felt as if he could break through to the heavenly venerate realm at any time. However, there was a thin membrane that kept him from advancing. It kept him stuck at the peak Emperor Lord level, unable to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. However, his powers had still grown considerably under such circumstances. Not only had his powers increased, but he had also completely refined the lightning pool. At present, he could be said to have become the second Electrolux Lord. In terms of the power to control the laws of lightning, he was not inferior to the Electrolux Lord at all. He had also gained complete control over the eye of heavenly tribulation and refined it for his own use. Chapter 33:10. Yi Shiwen did not refine it as a magic tool. Instead, he thoroughly understood its mysteries and refined it as a magical power. Its power was not inferior to the electric lords, but its true peak power had yet to be fully displayed. The might of this magical power was similar to that of the universe, creation palm. It would increase along with Yi Shiwen's strength. In fact, there was almost no limit to it. Yi Shiwen hadn't seen the limit of the eye of heavenly punishment so far. All these added up had increased Yi Shiwen's strength by a lot. If he were to encounter the electric lord now, he would not need to fight for as long as before. It could be said that he would be able to defeat the electric lord in a short time, let alone the Night Emperor. Yi Shiwen would be able to severely injure Yi Shiwen in a single move, and then kill him with a casual strike. Such an increase in strength could be said to be incomparably shocking. Naturally, this was with the help of the mysterious space. With a king-level dragon vein, the mysterious space could analyze at all times, and there was no need to worry about a lack of energy. This was something that couldn't be matched by multiple level 2 dragon veins. As long as there was enough energy, the mysterious space would operate rapidly, and this would eventually be transformed into Yi Shiwen's strength for his use. In the space, there were terrifying sword lights everywhere, and in the very center, there was a sword aura that was tens of thousands of miles long floating in the air. Under the control of the sword intent, it was releasing terrifying power at any time and place. This was a heavenly master level technique. Even if an ordinary emperor king were to approach it, there was a possibility of being seriously injured, let alone being hit directly. That was almost equivalent to death, and there was no other possibility. At this time, below the sword intent, an altar was floating up and down. Chains flew out from the altar. These chains seemed to be made of the toughest metal. They locked onto the incomparably huge sword intent and pulled it down bit by bit. Although the efficiency wasn't very high, it only took a month for most of the sword intent to be pulled down. At this moment, it wasn't too far away from the altar. In front of the altar, Yi Shiwen had a dignified look on his face. His eyes were firmly staring at this incomparably huge sword key. This sword chi was obviously a technique of an Empyrean or higher. It was unknown which supreme existence had left it behind, but it was at least at the Empyrean level. Even though countless years had passed, these martial arts attacks had not disappeared. On the contrary, they had changed forms and still existed. That terrifying power made Yi Shiwen's heart palpitate at first glance. Normally, Yi Shiwen would have turned around and left when he saw it. This kind of means that surpassed the emperor level was not something that he could look up to. If he accidentally touched it, then the power would be really scary. However, now that he had the altar, his thoughts were completely different. He wanted to capture the sword chi and use it for himself. This idea was very crazy. If this news was told to others, it would probably cause an uproar immediately. No one would have thought that Yi Shiwen would be so crazy to use such means. However, he was about to succeed. This sword chi was pulled to the edge of the altar by him little by little. This process alone took more than a month. It was extremely terrifying. He did not dare to relax even a little. Boom! The sword Qi smashed on the altar fiercely, but it was unable to split the altar apart. It just sank into the altar little by little. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already refined the altar. Naturally, he could feel that the sword Qi was integrated into it little by little. It was captured little by little, but this was not all. Suddenly, the sword Qi began to tremble violently. In the scattered frenzy, there are countless sword Qi contained in it. Then it completely exploded. Boom! Countless sword Qi swept out, almost blowing Yi Shiwen's body away. His flesh and bones were blown away. This was a kind of hurricane that was more terrible than any heaven's retribution. Yi Shiwen's indestructible body could not resist it. It began to collapse inch by inch. Then it reassembled inch by inch. It was constantly resisting. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth. He knew that he was just a little bit away from completely subduing this sword Qi. He absolutely couldn't give in now. Otherwise, everything would vanish into thin air, and all his efforts would be in vain. Puff! Yi Shiwen spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It turned into a mouthful of essence Qi, which turned into a powerful force. It came out majestically and directly blocked the frenzy. Then, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt much better. This mouthful of blood essence had consumed hundreds of years' worth of cultivation. It had a great impact on him. Finally, the last bit of sword intent was pulled into the altar and completely sealed within. At this time, the terrifying sword Qi storm above the sky finally dissipated without a trace. Phew! Yi Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost been seriously injured by this sword Qi. Although he had been careful and sealed the sword Qi for more than a month, he had still been forced to spit out his essence Qi to resist it. Fortunately, he had succeeded in the end. No matter how much he had paid before, it was all worth it. It should be known that it was very difficult to find a heavenly master's method, and it was even more difficult to completely refine it for one's own use. Ordinary people could not even think about it. Yi Shiwen could only do it with the help of the altar. Heaven-devouring demon emperor. Humph! I'll let you see how terrifying the power of this sword is. A cold smile appeared on his face. He had naturally prepared this sword attack for the heaven-devouring demon monarch. If the heaven-devouring demon monarch had not broken through to the heavenly lord realm, he would have been killed on the spot. If he had broken through to the heavenly lord realm, he would also have been severely injured. Of course, if the heaven-devouring demon emperor had not entered the heavenly master realm, he would not have needed to use this sword Qi. He would have been completely killed by Yi Shiwen. There was no other possibility. He had done this just in case. He had not entered the heavenly master realm, but it did not prevent him from knowing how terrifying a heavenly master realm expert was. He did not dare to let his guard down. Now that this sword Qi has finally been absorbed into the altar, it's time to see if Alchemy Emperor is ready, said Yi Shiwen. Within his body, the remnants of the heaven-devouring blood pill and mysterious creation pill continued to revolve, constantly stripping out enormous medicinal power that surged into his limbs and bones. It allowed him to improve at every moment, becoming stronger at every moment. Otherwise, how could he be mentioned in the same breath as those old monsters who had cultivated for countless years? If he was given so much time, he would not care about anyone, and no one would be able to threaten him. If Alchemy Emperor had already prepared the heaven-seizing pill, then the last project of Yi Shiwen's trip to the path of creation would be considered completed. This was also the last trump card he had prepared to deal with the heaven-devouring demon emperor and the heavenly fire divine lord. After that, he was about to leave the path of creation. He could feel an ominous feeling more and more. It was an extremely uneasy feeling. It was a warning from the heavens. He must have miscalculated something. Therefore, he decided not to wait until the time was up before leaving. After all, he still had more than 500 units of law crystals. It was enough, no matter how he looked at it. One day later, Yi Shiwen arrived at the previous market again. This time it was different from before. At this time, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he had killed the Eagle Horn Emperor, an invincible existence of the 10 great emperors, in front of everyone. No emperor dared to underestimate such terrifying combat power. In fact, many people were afraid that he would suddenly start a massacre. If that was the case, who could stop him? Even if they were all emperors, they were as fragile as paper in front of him. They would be torn with a single poke. Therefore, when Yi Shiwen arrived, the entire market was silent. Everyone's eyes quietly turned to him. They didn't know what he wanted to do. These gazes were naturally within the range of Yi Shiwen's perception. However, he didn't care. Instead, he went straight to Alchemy Emperor and asked straightforwardly, "I wonder if Alchemy Emperor has collected all the materials during this time?" "Most of them have been collected," said Alchemy Emperor. During this time, he had been busy inside and outside the market. He didn't know what kind of powerful enemy Yi Shiwen had killed in this short period of time. He didn't announce it himself, and the Battle Emperor didn't intend to spread the news for the time being. Therefore, he didn't know it all. It was just that when Yi Shiwen killed the Eagle Horn Emperor, many people had seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, some people had taken the initiative to exchange for the heaven treasures that Alchemy Emperor was looking for. They wanted to establish a connection with Yi Shiwen through Alchemy Emperor. Even if other people didn't have such an idea, they didn't want to offend such a terrifying Shura character. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's attention would be focused on them. This was also the reason why Alchemy Emperor was so successful in such a short period of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to refine the heaven-seizing pill with so many heaven treasures in a short period of time. Still lacking a little? How much more? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. "It's just some insignificant things. I have seen them outside. At worst, I can go out and look for them again. Most of the main medicinal materials have been found. You can rest assured about this, Martial Emperor," said Alchemy Emperor. "That's good. You can look for me if you have any problems," said Yi Shiwen. "Martial Emperor, long time no see." Suddenly, a crisp and sweet voice came from afar.